Hello, everybody. How are we all today? Thank you, everybody. Dog, really? I just walked lady and she wants, I'll be right back. As soon as I get up, she wants, or sit down, she wants to play with ball. All right. All right, how is everybody doing today? Yeah, I've been better. I haven't been feeling great lately, and just the protest stuff is getting to me. So, and today is going to be a very, it's gonna be a rough one. Not gonna lie. As far as content and stuff goes, so plenty of content warnings. Adnan, thank you very much for rating. Goodness gracious, party of 5. I appreciate it. Dog. So silly. Let me see if I can get a better light source in here, because this is not making me look good. Actually, I don't have to work, I suppose. Scoot Joseph, can't stay for the stream, but I want to say Dead Domain. Finally got around to watching your anti-Semitism video and want to praise you for how in-depth and fascinating it was. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I put so much into that video. Be kind to Dee Dee today more so than normal. I don't know about more so than normal, but I do appreciate it. Oh, thank you very much, Gender Fluid Horror. You're giving Sharon Stone a basic instinct. I didn't do any wings today, so it's just Shadow, which is not my ideal. Alrighty, everybody. Actually, first, before I go into this, before we go into our... get that out of here. Testing volume on that. Okay. We are gonna go to... give me 1 second. So we need to talk about Andy Ngo getting hacked, apparently. And I don't know if it's still up or if the hack itself is still ongoing. I guess we could just go to the post-millennial. Ah! Okay, so I guess it got taken down. But as of yesterday, people started noticing that known troll, far-right provocateur, Agent Android, thank you very much. You look like you should be in the movies. I don't quite agree with my look today, but thank you. I appreciate it. Voice volume could be turned up a little bit. Okay. There we go. How is that? That should be a little bit better. Untamed Leo, usually about this time, I tried to do 5, but I had too much other stuff to do first. It's usually between 5 and 6 is when I start. And this one, I did so much research stuff that I may have to finish it on a second stream because I have so many things going for it. But so this is a troll. This is not a real thing. You can go to. Oh wait, I probably shouldn't do that. I'll just go to. Either way. Yeah, so for those who don't know, Andy Ngo, far-right provocateur, pretty much blames anything wrong on Antifa. And for years and years has been subtly aiding the alt-right and far-right in efforts to dox and harass members of local Antifa organizations or just like simple protesters. A real all-around piece of shit who has no journalistic scruples or integrity whatsoever and yet has made so much money on claiming to be basically a journalist. When really he doesn't do journalism at all. He's a lot like Haya Rajik in that way. However, yesterday his website, The Post Millennial, was hacked, and this note was left on the front page reading, Dear readers of The Post Millennial, I'm writing to you today to share something deeply personal and important to me. For many years, I felt a sense of disconnect between the gender I was assigned at birth and the one I truly am. After much soul-searching, I have come to the realization that I am a trans individual and like to officially introduce myself as Angelina Ngo, a woman. The decision has not been easy, and I understand it may come as a surprise to some of you. However, I have spent countless hours reflecting on my identity, and this is the path I feel is true to myself. As I begin this journey, also want to take this opportunity to sincerely apologize to the LGBTQ community for any pain or harm my previous actions or words may have caused. I acknowledge that my past behavior has not always been supportive or understanding, and for that I am truly sorry. I have come here to understand the importance of empathy, acceptance, and love for all individuals regardless of their gender identity or sexual orientation. I am committed to using my platform to advocate for the rights and well-being of the LGBTQ community and to be a more compassionate and supportive ally in the future. No, Slowmobile, you're right. Yeah, Andy Ngo did let's say work with Adam Waffen at one point. He was friendly with people from Adam Waffen. I ask for your support, understanding, and patience as I embark on this new chapter of my life. I know this may be difficult for some of you, but I hope that you can find it within yourself to accept and love me for who I truly am. Thank you for taking the time to read this, and I look forward to sharing my life with you as Angelina Ngo, a woman and an ally to the LGBTQ community, with love, humility, and a commitment to growth Angelina Neo. P.S. I am also sharing with you all of our mailing lists, our subscriber database, and our personal details of all our writers and editors. Now, that website is down now. I'm going to kill you, cat. Stop it. Knock it off. It's so good. And of the people, because it has given out actual, like, .gov, here are some emails that were used for the post-millennial, which is a far-right rag. So we know that there are people in the FBI and in the government who support this open fascist bullshit. Which kind of puts a stain on the idea that, like, oh, that all of the FBI and all of the DOJ are like deep state or whatever the fuck people like to say. West Central has super chat $5. Thank you very much. What can we do to combat all the brainwashed idiots who reject reality? Thank you for what you do. There are so many, like that is such a multifaceted question. I don't even know necessarily what topic you're talking about, because it could be like people who reject quote unquote biological reality, people who reject climate science, people who reject like the reality that the last president tried to overthrow the election, the reality of Christian fascism. Like, there's so many different things, but I always think that the easiest and best path to take, even if somebody doesn't come around to it immediately, is to do research and give them the research that will prove them wrong, or at least to present it in a constructive, if you can, interesting and informative way to let them draw their own conclusions. Because even if you can't get somebody to turn away from their ideology, which probably won't happen, it's pretty hard to get a lot of people, especially if something is a deeply held belief or something that they've had for years and years, it's very hard to get them to go back on that overnight. However, if you can put a dent in the armor, if you can create enough doubt that they would see a reason to start moving away from that kind of thing, I think that is the appropriate approach. Jane Derp, thank you so much for $10. Thank you for doing what you do. I appreciate it. What's up with all the .gov emails? These are all emails that were on the post-millennial websites, which is very funny. A lot of .gov emails in the post-millennial data leak, says A9 for Gaza. Nope, 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 nope. Okay. My goodness, thank you everybody, by the way, for the donos, especially lately and today. Last month was, despite the Satanic Temple video doing really good for me, I had to put so much into it that last month I actually hit pretty close to almost a low since doing this full time. So all the donos are incredibly appreciated. DJ Ratgirl Tika, $10, thank you so much. Officially left the Satanic Temple, shattered my TST coffee mug, and cut up a TST flag. Thank you, DD. It is all on you. I just gave you the facts, and you made your own informed decision. We got Canadians apologizing in the chat. We are so back. Okay. Yes, Chris Palumbo, it is a lace shirt. So, we'll... thank you very much, Dustin the Jam, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Dysphoria. Jane Durb, Thank you, Untamed Leo. Untamed Leo. Good God. This is why I always get so tripped up, because some people have like foreign names and I just read that as Untamed Leo. And it's Untamed Leo. Cat. Oh my goodness, everybody. We have a very special guest in the studio with us today. Do you want to say hi? I don't know if anybody heard that. Hello. Hello, baby. I don't know if I can. My Webby. Oh. All right, let's see if we can. Let's do. Yes, here we go. Oh, yes, hello. What? Hello, baby. Hello, baby. Hello. Hello, baby. Oh, she purring. You want purring to the mic? No. Lady, you are fine. Now, see, you can hear it in the background. Lady is unhappy. Oh, look at those. Look at those good scrimches. Lady is unhappy right now. Let's zoom out a little bit. Okay, I gotta get up and get your sister something. Oh, you are fine. All right, I'm gonna go get Lady something real quick, and then we will get started on the main thrust of the video. And it is going to be a long one. So, Biscuit, $5. Thank you very much. This super chat is for the good kitty. Hi, good kitty. You're so cute and precious. This kitty, this good kitty. This good boo. Oh, she's so purry. She looks unhappy, but that's how she always looks. Yeah, you purring. You're so loud. I love you. You give smooch? You give kiss? Give kiss? Oh, getting hair all over me, dog. Cat and dog. Okay, I will be right back. I love you. You gotta get down now. Yes, you do. Okay. No, leave your sister alone. There you go. Okay. Ugh, cat. Cat hair all over me now. Okay. Alright, let me get my camera back to normal. Okay, and make sure my alert box. No, stop it. Stop it. So, cat hair all over me. So, with everything currently happening, and let me make sure my background music's on. Okay. With everything currently happening right now in the college protests across the country, I thought it might be good to go back through some protests that people may have forgotten, because America has a long history of not just protests as a means to affect political change, but the comfortable in power using those protests as an excuse to further subjugate people advocating for their rights, and just in general using power to do that. What we're going to talk about today is going through I put together a bit of a timeline with a bunch of articles that we're going to read from various publications, all having to do with just the history of different protest movements. So we're going to talk about everything from abolition, suffragette movement, civil rights, gay rights, segregation in schools, Vietnam protests, Iraq war protests, the labor movement. We have a lot of ground to cover. And the reason that I pulled from so many different sources to cover so many different topics is that a lot of these things, as we go through them, you will probably notice some commonalities. Doug, seriously? Can you go do it elsewhere? Go, vanish. Thank you. Good girl. You will probably notice some commonalities. Mostly having to do with police violence, how it's used against peaceful protests, how it's used against non-peaceful protests, and what happens when people are finally sick of it. John Bainbridge, I have a lot of things that we're going through today. I did see how Cornel West and Schenck laid down the law on Piers Morgan, vegan Linux, and retro gaming. What else did I want to say to open it up? So as we go through all of these different protests, all of these different movements, many of which you've probably read about in high school or college classes, I'm willing to bet a lot of them you haven't. And unless you have gone out of your way to try and learn about these things, a lot of this stuff isn't generally like well accepted knowledge in just American society. But I think a lot of the things we're talking about today are going to be important to give context and framing to the protests we're seeing today. And especially as we have people on both sides of the aisle, both conservatives and liberals, condemning the protests, giving us that framing can help us see how their condemnations really only help the people who are already comfortable and in power. And more often than not, those kind of movements are not looked back on fondly. Or I guess I should say, more often than not, the protest movements are proven right by history and time. Steeple Rot, thank you very much for following. So I want to start with, all the way back in the 1800s, my man John Brown. For those of you who don't know, John Brown was a fervent abolitionist, and I have the Britannica article here for it. And probably one of the biggest examples of an American icon advocating for principles through violent opposition, through not standing idly by and waiting for something to happen. John Brown is the pinnacle of direct action in America, in American society. Hulk and Break, thank you very much for following. A martyr to the anti-slavery cause and was instrumental in heightening sectional animosities that led to the American Civil War. In the spring of 1858, Brown convened a meeting of black and white supporters in Clapham, Ontario, Canada, at which he announced his intention of establishing in the Maryland and Virginia mountains a stronghold for escaping slaves. He proposed, and the convention adopted, a provisional constitution for the people of the United States. He was elected commander-in-chief of this paper government while gaining the moral and financial support of Gerrit Smith and several prominent Boston abolitionists. In addition to Smith, this group, later referred to as the Secret Six, comprised physician and educator Samuel Gridley Howe, teacher and later journalist Franklin Benjamin Sanborn, industrialist George Stearns, and ministers Thomas Wentworth Higginson and Theodore Parker. Some of them had provided financial support for Brown's efforts in Kansas, and they would back his next and most famous undertaking too. And this is what he is truly famous for. And mind you, this was before the Civil War had officially kicked off. Like this was in the swing of the abolition movement. But this was not when both sides were at each other's throats. Like this is somebody who did not sit by idly and wait for history to come to him. In the summer of 1859, with an armed band of 16 white and 5 black abolitionists, Brown set up a headquarters in a rented farmhouse in Maryland across the Potomac from Harper's Ferry, the site of a federal armory. On the night of October 16th, he quickly took the armory and rounded up some 60 leading men of the area as hostages. Brown took this desperate action in the hope that escaped slaves would join his rebellion, forming an army of emancipation with which to liberate their fellow slaves. Throughout the next day and night, he and his men held out against the local militia, but on the following morning, he surrendered to a contingency of troops under the command of Robert E. Lee. He was tried for murder, slave insurrection, and treason against the state, and was convicted and hanged. Although Brown failed to spark a general slave revolt, the high moral tone of his defense helped to immortalize him and hasten the war that would bring emancipation. Noting that the gaze of Europe was fixed on America, French novelist Victor Hugo, who everybody should know, Victor Hugo from... Victor Hugo was Les Mis, right? Les Miserables? No, I want the book. Yes, by Victor Hugo. Dang, I'm good. French novelist Victor Hugo wrote that Brown's hanging would, quote, open a latent fissure that will finally split the Union asunder. As they marched into battle during the Civil War, Union soldiers sang a song called John Brown's Body that would later provide the tune for the battle hymn of the Republic. And yes, if you haven't watched, what was the name of that show, Foxy Cheshire? I watched John Brown TV series with... Oh, it was little something bird. Good Lord Bird. The Good Lord Bird, which with Ethan Hawke, and he did a phenomenal job as John Brown. Read. I've never read that book. Les Mis is it's great, but it's very dense. It's very long. It's like Crime and Punishment. Watch the play. I think Les Mis is a good example of the play being better because it strips it down and keeps it focused. But if you have a good rendition of the play coming through, just go see that. Ugh, got hair all over me. So that is one way to start it off. And to continue, I want to talk about, and we're going to be jumping around throughout all the different topics today. So like I said, we're going to be jumping around through a bunch of different topics today. And one of the big undercurrents of protesting in America has always been the labor rights movement. And so I want to go through some of the biggest labor strikes in history, starting off with the Homestead Steel Strike in 1892. This is from History.com. Carnegie Steel's sprawling Homestead steel plant was the scene of a brutal battle between the Amalgamated Association of Iron and Steel Workers and the company's chief executive, Henry Clay Frick, who wanted to break the union's power. In June 1892, Frick announced pay cuts for Homestead steelworkers and refused to negotiate with the union, instead locking workers out of the plant. Frick sent Pinkerton detectives on barges up the river in order to protect strike-breaking replacement workers he planned to hire. Pinkerton detectives had become known for infiltrating unions and breaking strikes nationwide, including at another Carnegie plant a few years earlier. When word spread of the Pinkertons' approach, thousands of striking workers and their families rushed to the river to keep them from coming ashore. The Pinkertons then became pinned down in a bloody gunfight with the strikers and were forced to surrender. Eventually, the state militia was sent in to suppress the strike, and the union was crushed. But Frick nearly paid for the victory with his own life, surviving being shot and stabbed in an assassination attempt by anarchist Alexander Berkman. The Homestead strikers' resolve inspired other unionists, but also showed them how hard it would be to overcome big company that had government support. So, people today don't really grasp how much of our rights as workers have been fought and bled for. Like, quite literally, people died for your worker protection rights. The reason that you have any rights at all as a workforce is because of violent and often armed resistance in the face of companies that at the time had explicit support of the government, much like companies still do today. Remember when I was talking about how you're going to notice some commonalities? This is the kind of stuff that you're just going to see throughout all of these protest movements, across all of these different demographics. And I want to do a little bit of extra reading. This is from the AFL-CIO website talking about the same 1892 Homestead strike. Carnegie Steel Co. was making massive profits, a record $4.5 million just before the 1892 confrontation, which led Carnegie himself to exclaim, "Was there ever such a business?" But he and his chairman, Henry Frick, were furious workers, had a voice with the union. The mills have never been able to turn out the product they should, owing to being held back by the amalgamated men, Frick complained to Carnegie. The company demanded wage cuts for 325 employees, even though the workers had already taken large pay cuts 3 years before. During the contract negotiations, management didn't make proposals to negotiate, it issued ultimatums to the union. The local newspaper pointed out that, quote, "it was not so much a question of disagreement as to wages, but a design upon labor organization." Carnegie and Frick made little effort to hide what they had in mind. Their company advertised widely for strikebreakers and built a 10-foot-high fence around the plant that was topped by barbed wire. Management was determined to provoke a strike. When Frick plotted to sneak in 300 Pinkerton agents on river barges before dawn on July 6, word spread across town as they were arriving, and thousands of workers and their families rushed to the river to help them out. Gunfire broke out between the men on the barge and the workers on land. In the mayhem that ensued, the Pinkertons surrendered and came ashore, where they were beaten and cursed by the angry workers. Sorry, I'm going to get my dog out of here. All right, you are so loud. Go. Be gone. Oh my god. Dog, seriously. No. Go. Stay over there. At the end of the 19th century, Homestead inspired a song well known around the country. Father was killed by the Pinkerton men. The lyrics of this deeply angry ballad began, "'Twas in Pennsylvania town not very long ago, men struck against reduction of their pay. Their millionaire employer with philanthropic show had closed the works till starved they would obey. They fought for home and right to live where they had toiled so long, but ere the sun had set, some were laid low." Now, already you might notice the working class element of passing on these stories. It's not the millionaires who are learning from these things. Dog, seriously. Oh my God. You're driving me nuts right now. What are you doing? Come here. Come here. Goodness gracious. Lady Borks for the proletariat. So already you'll notice between these two stories, the way that their, I guess you could say, legend has been passed down between both the strikers and John Brown. And those are important things to notice, because it's not going to be the proletariat and the business owners and the politicians who are keeping these ideas alive. All right, let's go to talk about the 1894 Pullman strike really quick. The Pullman strike in 1894 was a widespread railroad strike and boycott that severely disrupted rail traffic in the Midwest of the United States in June-July 1894. The federal government's response to the unrest marked the first time that an injunction was used to break a strike. Amid the crisis, on June 28th, President Grover Cleveland and Congress created a national holiday, Labor Day, as a conciliatory gesture towards the American labor movement. Now, I want to remind everybody, when you hear people talking about how, peaceful protest, you shouldn't be interrupting people. When you hear dumbasses like Destiny saying, nobody should be stopped from going places. A peaceful protest shouldn't impede anybody's ability. That's infringing on the rights of others. I want you to consider that it really doesn't seem like any rights or any changes were ever gained by protesting in a way that was convenient. Because that just becomes tourism. That just becomes a spectacle. That becomes normalized. The point of disruption is to create change. And we'll talk about that later when I read excerpts from Martin Luther King Jr.'s letter from Birmingham Jail, which goes over the necessity for peaceful yet disruptive protest very succinctly. So next time you have a Labor Day, remember this kind of shit. Like, this is the reason why Labor Day is a holiday. Something we never really learned about in school. I certainly didn't learn about this shit in school. Would you believe it? It was started by a rich dude cutting the already low wages of its workers by around 25%, but did not introduce corresponding reductions in rents and other charges at Pullman, its company town near Chicago. As a result, many workers and their families faced starvation. When a delegation of workers tried to present their grievances about low wages, poor living conditions, and 16-hour workdays directly to the company's president, he refused to meet with them and ordered them fired. The delegation then voted to strike, and Pullman workers walked off the job on May 11th, 1894. And I feel the need to remind you, this is 2 years after, and this kind of protest was incredibly commonplace. What we were just talking about before with the Pinkertons and gunfights, you were likely, you could get killed protesting. Like, this was life or death for people. That is the level of bravery that went behind your labor rights. That is why it is still so important when there are strikes to not be a strikebreaker, to not be a scab, to side with labor. Boycott, the injunction. That kind of is most of what I want to talk about with that. But I do want to go on to, and we will talk about the suffragettes in a moment. A brief timeline going over some, and we'll talk about a couple more of these, but this PBS document has a really good look at so many different labor strikes. December 4th, 1874, mine operators in Pennsylvania reduce wages and 10,000 miners go out on strike. The Molly Maguires, a group of mostly Irish miners, plan attacks and use violence against the operators and foremen. 20 of the Molly Maguires will be sentenced to death by hanging. 1877, Great Railroad Strike begins. Strike spreads to other states and state militias are mobilized, resulting in several bloody clashes. At least 10 workers die in Cumberland, Maryland. 1886. Day after a union action in support of an 8-hour workday results in several casualties. Labor leaders and strikers gather in Chicago to protest police brutality. A bomb is thrown at policemen trying to break up the rally, creating chaos, good God. Creating chaos that results in the deaths of 7 policemen and 4 workers. The clash is known as the Haymarket Affair. 1890, the Knights of Labor Trade Assembly number 135 and National Progressive Miners Union combine to create the United Mine Workers of America. The goal of the new union is to develop mine safety, to provide miners with collective bargaining power, and decrease miners' dependence on the mine owners. 1892, steelworkers on strike. We just talked about that one. 1894, Pullman strike. We just talked about that one. 1897, 300 to 400 striking coal miners marched to demonstrate support of the United Mine Workers Association. Police, under the direction of Luzerne County Sheriff James F. Martin, ordered demonstrators to disperse. The march continues and police open fire, killing 19 miners. It is known as the Latimer Massacre. Another thing you're going to notice here... Nope. No! Sorry, my pen came apart that I've been fiddling with. Another thing you're going to notice here is how, for the last 150 years, without fail, the police at every turn have utilized open violence. And this is not just in the 1800s. This continues all the way through. We're going to talk about other shit like Rodney King later. So when people act like, oh, well, police, they wouldn't use deadly force if it wasn't justified. That's not true. It is endemic. It is a part of the structure that they uphold, is using violence in defense of the state against people advocating for either themselves or for others. Again, a theme that you're going to see pop up here quite a bit. Oh, yes, sorry, Jonathan. Let me... Thank you very much, Jonathan, for 760. You are fire right now. I appreciate it. Yeah, sorry. I'm laser focused on this because, like, we're an hour in. Guys, I have so much more. I have so much more to go through. And you can, I'll be doing a stream highlight of this, and you can go check out the sources and everything for your own, because, like, that one that we just went through, the PBS article, has a lot of, it keeps going. It keeps going. And now I want to talk about 1913s and the suffragette movement. Now, the suffragette movement over in Britain was a lot more militant than it was here. They engaged in fire bombings. They engaged in much heavier and violent militaristic rhetoric. Here, they tried to be more peaceful and largely were successful. But I want to talk a little bit about, is this the one I wanted? Oh, you know what? I might have wanted the one in 1917. Yes, okay. I'll talk a little bit about this one because the Women's Suffragette Parade, 1913, the first major national efforts were undertaken, beginning with a massive parade in D.C., one day before the inauguration of President Woodrow Wilson. Organized by Alice Paul for the National American Woman Suffrage Association, the parade, calling for a constitutional amendment, featured 8,000 marchers, including 9 bands, 4 mounted brigades, 20 floats, and an allegorical performance near the Treasury building. And this is a really good series of pictures. There was one that is really good. Of course, the suffragettes right here. Parade. There's ones that show... where is it? Vote for women. God damn. Here's my favorite picture of the bunch because it shows the same, just the same rhetoric that we had in the home, homemakers. Like the same things that people are trying to like just still get women to just be those roles today is wild to me. Now, this was 1913. And I want to go into (1917). After peacefully demonstrating in front of the White House, 33 women endured a night of brutal beatings. Dorothy Day was described by her fellow suffragettes as a frail girl, yet on the night of November 14, 1917, prison guards at the Occoquan workhouse did not hold back after she and 32 other women had been arrested several days earlier for picketing outside the White House. The two men handling her were twisting her arms above her head. Then suddenly they lifted her up and banged her down on the arm of an iron bench twice, recalled 73-year-old Mary Nolan, the oldest of the prisoners, in an account published by Doris Stevens. As members of the National Woman's Party, the women and their fellow Silent Sentinels had been peacefully demonstrating in the nation's capital for months, holding banners and placards calling on Woodrow Wilson to back a federal amendment that would give all U.S. women the right to vote. Now, these 33 women would endure the most harrowing night in the long history of the suffragette movement. By 1916, 9 U.S. states had given women the right to vote. Though he supported suffrage on a state level, President Wilson opposed the federal amendment, and Paul and the NWP decided to aim their protest directly at him. In January 1917, right before Wilson's second term began, women began gathering outside the White House every day, regardless of the weather. They wore distinctive purple, white, and gold sashes and held signs with slogans like, "Mr. President, how long must we wait for liberty?" At first, Wilson tolerated the women's protests, smiling at them as he passed and even inviting them in for coffee. But things began to change after the U.S. entered World War I, and the NWP chose to continue picketing the White House even as mainstream suffragette movement, led by NASA's Carrie Chapman Catt, threw its support behind the war effort. Amid the wartime furor, many people began viewing the Silent Sentinels as unforgivably unpatriotic. Onlookers sometimes attacked the women and ripped the signs from their hands, while Wilson himself wrote to his daughter in June that the suffragists seemed bent on making their cause as obnoxious as possible. Now, here's an important thing to keep in mind. It's true that you can care about two things at the same time. But you'll notice here is a great example of when a protest becomes inconvenient. The people in power seem to start getting more annoyed. When it's not just something that you can hand wave away and use as a convenient photo opportunity, you become an active thorn in their side. You become an active reminder that you won't be silent about your rights. That you won't just go along with whatever they want and forget about yourself and everything you fought for. That same month, police began arresting the suffragists for obstructing traffic. At first, the women were released quickly and without penalty, but soon the courts began handing out prison time, but the women kept coming back. It's interesting to note they were arrested for obstructing traffic when obstructing traffic has been like a thing that the modern right seems to believe. Like people like Matt Walsh have said, like, oh, this is like a new tactic. It's literally not. It's been around for over 100 years. Like, it is one of the oldest forms of peaceful protest and calling attention to your demands. Tensions were running much higher by August when the Sentinels rolled out a new banner accusing Kaiser Wilson of autocracy, followed by 3 days of attacks by an angry mob and police and the sentencing of 6 women to 60-day prison terms. When Paul, who had stayed off the picket line for much of that summer, returned in October, she was immediately arrested and given the longest sentence yet of 7 months. Faced with brutal treatment by guards and horrendous living conditions, including worm-ridden food and filthy water and bedding, Paul and others began demanding to be treated as political prisoners. After going on a hunger strike, Paul was repeatedly force-fed and transferred in early November to the district jail psychiatric ward. And this is 1900s, early 1900s psychiatric ward. Like, so the most hellish conditions imaginable. Burns had her hands shackled to the top of a cell, forcing her to stand all night. The guards also threatened her with a straitjacket and a buckle gag. Day, the future founder of the Catholic worker movement, was slammed down on the arm of an iron bench twice. Dora Lewis lost consciousness after her head was smashed into an iron bed. Alice Kosu, seeing Lewis's assault, suffered a heart attack and didn't get medical attention until the following morning. These are the things that I want people to think about when you hear people say peaceful protest. It's like you should only be peaceful. You shouldn't obstruct. Cops shouldn't have to get involved. It's more important, I feel, now than ever to learn about these things, which I didn't learn about this in school, and understand how hard people have fought for the simple things that we take for granted every day. The fact that women can vote. Things that obviously, as we've seen with Roe, measures on bodily autonomy can be reversed. Nothing is unfortunately set in stone. We do have people who openly think that women shouldn't be allowed to vote today. But everything we have is because people have suffered, bled, died, and did not back down from their convictions. Whether it was in the labor movement, the suffragettes, as we're going to see soon, the civil rights movement, Vietnam. You learned about all this in school, Captain Orange Villain? Now, there are a couple other things I wanted to bring up. Actually, pop this in real quick. There's a couple other things I wanted to bring up. Not necessarily to show protests, but to show how structures of power will permit violence when they think it's acceptable. Namely, the police allowing violence because they agree with it, essentially. Or them at least staying out of it. We've already seen this on some of the campuses, where Zionists are allowed to launch fireworks and throw stones and assault people, and the police won't do anything. But the police will pepper spray and shoot, assault, bash students and teachers. I want to talk really quick about the Tulsa Race Massacre. This is from the Oklahoma Historical Society. The bloody 1921 outbreak in Tulsa has continued to haunt Oklahomans. During the course of 18 terrible hours on May 31st and June 1st, 1921, more than 1,000 homes and businesses were destroyed, while credible estimates of deaths ranged from 50 to 300. By the time the violence ended, the city had been placed under martial law. Thousands of Tulsans were being held under armed guard, and the state's second largest African-American community had been burned to the ground. What's happening over in chat? What is going on? Okay. Tulsa was a deeply troubled town. Crime rates were extremely high, and the city had been plagued by vigilantism, including the August 1920 lynching by a white mob of a white teenager accused of murder. Newspaper reports confirmed that the Tulsa police had done little to protect the lynching victim, who had been taken from his jail cell at the county courthouse. 8 months later, an incident involving Dick Rowland, an African-American shoe shiner, and Sarah Page, a white elevator operator, would set the stage for tragedy. While it is still uncertain as to precisely what happened in the Drexel building on May 30th, 1921, the most common explanation is that Rowland stepped on Page's foot as he entered the elevator, causing her to scream. Just white women. I tell you what, man. The next day, however, the Tulsa Tribune, the city's afternoon daily newspaper, reported that Rowland, who had been picked up by the police, had attempted to rape Page. Moreover, according to eyewitnesses, the Tribune also published a now lost editorial about the incident titled, quote, "To Lynch Negro Tonight." By early evening, there was, once again, lynch talk on the streets of Tulsa. Over the next 6 hours, Tulsa was plunged into chaos as angry whites, frustrated over the failed lynching, began to vent their rage at African Americans in general. Furious fighting erupted along the Frisco Railroad tracks, where black defenders were able to hold off members of the white mob. An unnamed African American man was murdered inside a downtown movie theater, while carloads of armed whites began making drive-by shootings in black residential neighborhoods. By midnight, fires had been set along the edge of the African American commercial district. In some of the city's all-night cafes, white began to organize for a dawn invasion of Greenwood. During the early hours of the conflict, local authorities did little to stem the growing crisis. Indeed, shortly after the outbreak of gunfire at the courthouse, Tulsa police officers deputized former members of the lynch mob and, according to an eyewitness, instructed them to get a gun and get a N-word. Local units of the National Guard were mobilized, but they spent most of the night protecting a white neighborhood from a feared but non-existent black counterattack. I don't even like I don't even think like Tulsa. What else do you need to say about Tulsa? Like, the police allowed it to happen. They encouraged it to happen. One of the most brazen acts of racial violence in history. And what's more than that, it's important to remember it was spurred on by the media. The media that everybody is always saying, oh, they're so leftist, they're so biased. The media largely is sensationalist. That's how they thrive. That's how they survive. And that is always important to remember, no matter what lens they're looking at something through, whether they're politically to the left or the right. And you've seen that a lot with these protests, where you have media, big papers publishing editorials likening students protesting the deaths of 40,000 people as being Hamas supporters. The same shit we've been seeing for months now. Fast forward a little bit to 1936, the sit-down strike that shook the auto industry. Over 136,000 General Motors workers participated in the strike in Flint, Michigan that became known as the strike heard around the world. Now, this is a super important one because this is one of the first examples of a sit-in. The same thing that you have seen people, again, like Matt Walsh. I love Elon. Thank you so much. I have to see his dumbass tweets all the time. Matt Walsh has been constantly talking about how, oh, these people are, they're trespassing, they're breaking the law, so obviously they should all be rounded up and beaten and shot and everything else. Again, this kind of peaceful protest, almost 100 years old. This kind of obstinate, stubborn, principled action was integral in getting you things like a weekend, days off, paid time off, not working 16-hour days, workers' rights, which honestly, even in America, we could still use a lot more of those. Could still use a lot more. As somebody who's been nearby the game industry, good God, every month it seems like there is a mass layoff from one company or another. The General Motors plant in Flint, Michigan was usually a thankless place filled with loud sounds and a feverish, dangerous work of turning metal into auto bodies. But in January 1937, the sounds of whistling and conversation filled the air. Instead of toiling over dangerous machinery, workers gambled, wrestled, and played ping pong on the usually busy factory floor. Quote, "We made a ball of it." Now, this is another thing to keep in mind when you see people saying like, oh, these aren't serious protesters. They're just playing at being revolutionaries. That protests can be pretty damn boring. Like when you are literally just trying to wait out forces of capitalism, shit works slow. Just like keep this image in mind. This is a world-changing strike here, and they were playing ping pong. Over 44 days in 1936 and 1937, members of the fledgling United Auto Workers Union managed to bring an auto behemoth to its knees in a sit-down strike that became one of the most decisive victories in American labor history. Exhausted by the industry's dangerous demands and sharpened by the Great Depression, over 100,000 auto workers changed labor history without picketing their plant. Instead of walking out, they simply sat down and refused to leave. Historically, striking workers had risked their lives on the picket lines. We've talked about this before. Though unions often formed in response to dangerous working conditions, going on strike exposed workers to the danger of physical violence from hired thugs or police that served as companies' strong arms. Unions had long struggled to create unions across industries. Instead, craft unions that organized workers across specialties were the norm. But then the Great Depression hit in 1929. Car sales collapsed, and the industry's production levels sagged. Automakers slashed jobs, axing thousands of employees with no regard for seniority. Those who did keep their jobs tolerated abysmal working conditions, afraid to speak up, lest they be laid off too. The story was the same across the entire economy and stoked discontent among job seekers and workers alike. Meanwhile, the nation's largest automakers, General Motors, was actually experiencing an uptick in sales thanks to its aggressive response to the Great Depression. When the economy had begun to spin out of control, GM had slashed prices, cut production of some expensive models, and laid off huge swaths of its workforce. This move helped keep GM on top. Here we go. 13 days after the strike began, GM cut off heat in 16-degree weather. When workers went outside to complain, security guards and police rushed in. As tear gas filled the plant, workers fought back, throwing everything from automobile bolts to pieces of roof on the attackers before the police finally fled. Workers dubbed the melee the Battle of the Running Bulls. In response, Michigan Governor Frank Murphy mobilized the National Guard. Quote, "Law and order must be maintained in Michigan." In the past, news of 1,200 guardsmen descended on Flint to impose law and order would have been devastating to workers who knew they would be used as a weapon against them. But Murphy was labor-friendly and didn't use troops to intimidate workers. Instead, the National Guard became a peacekeeping force that ultimately protected the workers and facilitated negotiations. In an ideal world, that's what all policing and military would actually do, but that's not how they're actually used. Also, would like to note another time where a different time for America where police didn't just resort to murdering and on first sight, and they were not just militarized, obviously, but another time where fighting back against the police, not only morally justified, but they were completely proven right by history. Just saying. Though much of the public was against sit-down strikes and considered labor unionists to be dangerous rabble-rousers, GM's public image had suffered too, and labor would never be the same. Union membership ballooned from 3.4 million workers in 1930 to 10 million in 1942, and the majority of the automobile industry swiftly unionized, gaining benefits and pay they never would have obtained without organizing. I mean, Marissa X does. Police in those days were violent, but they would just bludgeon you with a truncheon, with a billy club, instead of resorting immediately to shooting a tear gas canister at your face. Oh, boy. Now, the year after, I want to talk about the 1937 Memorial Day Massacre, because this is another example of, and stop me if you're starting to notice a trend here. Chicago police attacked a Memorial Day gathering of unarmed striking steelworkers and their families. The police shot and killed 10 of the strikers. Police brutality was captured on film.
I'm less aware of the Illinois Labor History Society. When we discuss the labor movement and problems of unions, this to happen. And a very bloody massacre.
So when you see cops gathered on college campuses, corralling people, going in to beat them, launching tear gas.
One of the people who was there is
I want you to think
Sam
about how
Evans,
little
now
has actually
District
changed in their
Director
tactics
of
and their
District
application
31
in
of the
the last
United
100 years.
Steelworkers of America.
Because nothing has.
Sam is here and is going to narrate a film that you're about to see. This is the film that was taken by the newsreel cameras that were established, set up.
Oh boy. Now I want to talk really quick about while we're on the subject of how structures of power are used to suppress dissent and just people in general to protect the interests of those in power, I want to take a brief break to learn about something I wish I would have learned in high school. The United Fruit Company and how the CIA helped basically suppress any kind of labor or communist or populist sentiment in South America for decades, including teaching some of the most reprehensible and violent regimes you'd ever find how to torture people. We did that. So I want to talk really quick about the United Fruit Company and the School of the Americas really quick. On March 10th, 2014, this is from Washington State University's website, Chiquita Brands International announced it was merging with the Irish fruit company Fifes. After the merger, Chiquita Fifes would control over 29% of the banana market, more than any one company in the world. However, this is not the first time in history these companies have been under the same name. Chiquita Brands and Fifes were both owned by the United Fruit Company until 1986. This modern merger marks the reunion and continued takeover of the banana market. United Fruit Company was known for its cruelty in the workplace and the racist social order they perpetuated. First initiated its advertising in 1917. By this time, the company had well-established plantations in various countries in Central and South America. All they needed now was to interest the American people in trying new, exotic things in order to sell the bananas they were producing. At this time in American history, it was through advertisements, thought advertisements should target customers' rationale, not their emotions. So United Fruit hired scientists to author positive reviews about bananas, whether they were true or not. This is incredibly here we go. A politician named Jacobo Arbenz was elected president in Guatemala, one of the Central American countries occupied by United Fruit. Arbenz was a strict nationalist. He all he wanted was for his people to stop suffering and poverty. One of the most prominent issues in Guatemala at the time was scarcity of land. When United Fruit invaded Guatemala, they brought out many of the local farmers to acquire land for their plantations. This did not leave room for the peasants who relied on farming as the sole source of their income. Arbenz created an agrarian reform that took land from the company and gave it back to the poor farmers that needed it. United Fruit was outraged by his reform. They immediately launched a propaganda campaign led by Edward Bernays to convince the United States government and its people that Arbenz was a communist dictator. In a 1953 article by the New York Times, Guatemala was described as operating under increasingly severe communist-inspired pressure to rid the country of United States companies. United Fruit was manipulating the media to make it sound like an agrarian reform was only created because Arbenz was being influenced by the Soviet government to sabotage America's economic imperialism in Central America. So, again, we are seeing the media being used to push information from massive corporations, which kind of feels like the massive corporations manipulating things kind of feels only slightly prescient when you consider Boeing just like very obviously off a second whistleblower. Like, Boeing's really pushing their luck in a real Epstein kind of way. You're getting too much heat on you. Since it was during the Cold War, association with communists was a serious accusation. The United States' aggressive stance towards communism encouraged them to take immediate action. The CIA hired civilian militias from Honduras to come into Guatemala and start a war against Arbenz and his followers. United Fruit also convened U.S. President Dwight Eisenhower to threaten Arbenz because Eisenhower and many other prominent American government officials had stock in United Fruits. Shocker. With these pressures, Arbenz feared for his life and submitted his resignation. However, this did not satisfy United Fruit. They wished to make an example of Guatemala, so other host nations wouldn't dare oppose them. They had the CIA pay off the Guatemalan military so they would let the Honduras militia win. After the victory, the leader of the Honduran militia, Castillo Armas, was appointed as president of Guatemala, and Armas was a puppet of United Fruit Company for the rest of his term. He returned all of the confiscated land and gave them preferential treatment in all Guatemalan ports and railways. Sorry, the text is like really small for me. The company continued to influence the media of North and Central America to justify what they had done. They called Armas the Liberator and told the inspiring tale of how he freed Guatemala from its communist ties. They also destroyed what was left of Arbenz's reputation by calling him Red Jacobo, further tying him to the Soviets. A New York Times article written in 1954 states that, quote, President Castillo Armas is continuing to act with moderation and common sense, and Jacobo Arbenz, anyway, is a deflated balloon, hardly likely to cause any more trouble. So keep that in mind as we learn a little bit about this next part. The United States School of Torture in Latin America. This is from Uterish.com. The School of the Americas was founded as a United States military base in Panama in 1946 in order to supplement traditional military training for the United States Army. Though there is an imperialist tinge to any foreign military presence in a politically insecure nation, the original mission of the School of the Americas was focused inward rather than outwards. However, by the 60s, the School of the Americas was not just a military base, it was a hotbed for nascent dictators, teaching young military hopefuls from Latin America to torture and coerce their way to power. Eventually, it became known as La Escuela de los Golpes, or the School of the Coups. For the sheer number of authoritarian dictators it graduated, but what business did the United States have implementing dictatorships anywhere, and why Latin America? Here's the simplest way to put it. The United States wants to protect its dominance in the global sphere, and protecting capitalism was a way to do that. After World War II, the Soviet Union had risen as a competing global power. There was competition with huge stakes for the U.S., who understood capitalism and communism to be fundamentally incompatible economic systems. The mere presence of communism in the Soviet Union suggested to the U.S. that there was a valid threat of communism everywhere. The anxiety crested to such a height that the United States lost sight of any actual source of the threat, communism in the Soviet Union, as they perceived it, instead blurring legitimate and fabricated concerns for the security of economic preeminence such that they became imperceptible. The United States not only believed in the threat of communism, they believed it to be coming from Latin America. This article goes into Castro a little bit, which you should go into, but I wanted to read this part which ties into what we just talked about. Jacobo Arbenz, ex-military president Guatemala elected in 1950, represented one of the Latin American leaders who led an agrarian reform and was promptly and brutally punished for it by the United States. Arbenz was a definite capitalist who by all measures posed no threat to the sovereignty of the U.S. In 1952, he wrote a reform into law that would take uncultivated land from the largest landowners and deed them to smaller family members. The idea was that it would not infringe upon the rights of a big farmer to thrive while taking the unused land as an opportunity for smaller farmers to survive. Unfortunately, Guatemala's largest proprietor at the time was the United Fruit Company. The UFCO was interested only in profit after exploiting Latin America's and knowingly at the expense of the livelihoods of the country it grew fruit in. As such, it did not take kindly to this reform. The United States officially backed the overthrow of the Arbenz government in favor of a strong string of brutal dictatorships. The success of Castro and popularity of land reforms like Arbenz fed into a deep paranoia in the U.S., a paranoia which was then mechanized through the School of the Americas. The school's mission shifted after Castro's election in the presence of agrarian reforms in the rest of the continent. This shift from internal edification to teaching torture tactics to Latin American leaders was a direct response to the U.S.'s mounting anxiety. In fact, the mission of the school was rewritten directly after Castro's election. The mission was expanded. Quote, the mission of the School of the Americas is to provide military training for officers and enlisted men of Latin American countries. The wide variety of courses designed to teach principles and techniques used by the United States as a result of experiences in World War II, Korean, and the ever-present Cold War are presented. The School of the Americas was the official attempt to quell any hint of populism. It taught torture, civilian disappearance, and coercion alongside military tactics, and graduated dictators and terrorists that went on to suppress nearly every Latin American country. Some of the most horrible men in history graduated from the School of the Americas, such as Chile's Manuel Contreras, the head of Pinochet's secret police, or El Salvador's death squad leader, Roberto Dobson Arrieta. Roberto Arrieta. Populism was effectively repressed, and the capitalist regime flourished at the direct expense of the health, safety, and well-being of the entire continent. When people say shit is made in South America, product of Peru, product of Brazil, this is how we've been getting that shit in this country for so long. Pack 1558. I don't know if we're talking about the Battle of Blair Mountain. I don't think I have that one on the list. I have so much more stuff to go through. Like I have so much more stuff to go through, guys. Yeah. Now, I want to talk a little bit about, after, and I realized that little bit, on the Fruit Company and the School of the Americas is a little bit of a side tangent, but I do want to show how media is used in conjunction with military power, and how America has a long history of suppressing any populist interests that will ultimately threaten people making money. Like that's really what it's all about. And we've seen those same tactics used here in America against our own civilians, against our own people. It is not an accident that the police have been militarized, and so they treat the civilian population like they are an occupying force. I want to go really quick here, because we're going to talk about some gay rights protests. But 1955, I want to talk about how police and media are working in tandem here to just smear regular civilians who were beaten, bloodied, in what was a raid on a gay club in Baltimore. A police drive here is driving some sex offenders to Baltimore, police of that city said yesterday. The Baltimore Vice Squad arrested 152 persons late Saturday in what they termed the largest nightclub raid ever made in Baltimore. Most were from Washington, the raiders said. The night spot was the Pepper Hill Club, Gay Street, on the fringe of the Block, Baltimore's notorious club district. We've received word that Washington police are conducting a drive on homosexuals. Apparently, some of them are coming to Baltimore for their entertainment. Now, mind you, they were called sex offenders just for being gay at the time. Which is fucking sadly, 70 plus years later, is the rhetoric that is starting to come back in vogue. Rad. But we have a lot more. So that's 1955. And mind you, some of these I just want to go over really quick. Like, obviously, some are going to take longer than some others. I want to talk more about civil disobedience. I want to talk more about technically trespassing and doing something illegal and being inconvenienced, and how, man, kind of like the auto union strike, some of the people who did that shit end up on the right side of history. And all the people pearl clutching over, oh my gosh, they're sitting in, they're trespassing, they're disrupting things, should get in the bin. The Woolworth sit-in that launched a movement. On February 1st, 1960, 4 students from an all-black North Carolina Agricultural and Technical College walked into a Woolworth Five and Dime with the intention of ordering lunch. But the manager of the Greensboro, or Woolworth, God, that is so hard to say. But the manager of the Greensboro Woolworth had intentions of his own, to maintain the lunch counter's strict whites-only policy. Franklin McCain was one of 4 young men who shoved history forward by refusing to budge. McCain remembers the anxiety he felt when he went to the store that Monday afternoon, the plan he and his friends had devised to launch their protest, and how he felt when he sat down on that stool. 15 seconds after, I had the most wonderful feeling. I had the feeling of liberation, restored manhood. I had a natural high, and I truly felt almost invincible. Mind you, I was just sitting on a dumb stool and not having asked for service yet. It's a feeling that I don't think I'll ever be able to have again. It's the kind of thing that people pray for, and I wish for all their lives and never experience it. And I felt as though I wouldn't have been cheated out of life had that been the end of my life at that second or moment. Quote, if you think Greensboro, North Carolina, 1960, a little old white lady who eyes you with that suspicious look, she's not having very good thoughts about you or what you're doing, McCain says. Eventually, she finished her donut and coffee, and she walked behind McNeil and McCain and put her hands on both their shoulders. She said in a very calm voice, boys, I am so proud of you. I only regret that you didn't do this 10 years ago. What I learned from that little incident was don't you ever stereotype anybody in this life until you at least experience them and have the opportunity to talk to them. I'm even more cognizant of that today. Situations like that, I'm always open to people who speak differently, who look differently, and who come from different places, he says. On that first day, February 1st, the 4 men stayed at the lunch counter until closing. The next day, they came back with 15 other students. By the third day, 300 joined in. Later, 1,000. The sit-in spread to lunch counters across the country and changed history. Now, some people would say, oh, they should have been beaten and assaulted and harassed because they were technically trespassing and wouldn't leave. Do you really think history bears that out? Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Opie, for 1,000 biddies. How are you? Did I miss the part about the moronic milkshake magnet getting hacked? Yeah, we covered that at the very beginning. But thank you so much for the biddies. Now I want to go one year forward, talking more about civil rights stuff for a little bit. For the Freedom Riders. During the spring of 1961, student activists from the Congress of Racial Equality, CORE, launched the Freedom Rides to challenge segregation on interstate buses and bus terminals. Traveling on buses from D.C. to Jackson, Mississippi, the riders met violent opposition in the Deep South, garnering extensive media attention and eventually forcing federal intervention from JFK's administration. Now, I want to go and talk more about... Here we go. On the 4th of May, 1961, the Freedom Riders left D.C. in 2 buses and headed to New Orleans. They faced resistance and arrest in Virginia. It was not until the riders arrived in Rock Hill, South Carolina, that they encountered violence. The beating of John Lewis, and another rider, coupled with the arrest of one participant for using a whites-only restroom, attracted widespread media coverage. In the days following the incident, the riders met King and other civil rights leaders in Atlanta for dinner. During this meeting, King whispered prophetically to Jet reporter Simeon Booker, who was covering the story, "You will never make it through Alabama." The ride continued to Anniston, Alabama, where on the 14th of May, riders were met with a violent mob of over 100 people. Before the bus's arrival, Anniston local authorities had given permission to the Ku Klux Klan to strike against the Freedom Riders without fear of arrest. Gosh, this is, what? This is getting to be close to 100 years after? No, this is getting 60, 70 years after police were just beating the shit out of striking workers. 50-ish years after they were doing it to suffragettes. It's almost like police have a vested interest in the suffering of minority groups. Who can say? As the first bus pulled up, the driver yelled outside, "Well, boys, here they are. I brought you some N-words and N-word lovers." One of the first buses was firebombed, and its fleeing passengers were forced into the angry white mob. The violence continued at the Birmingham terminal, where Eugene Bull Connor's police force offered no protection. Although the violence garnered national media attention, the series of attacks prompted James Farmer of Corps to end the campaign. The riders flew to New Orleans, bringing to an end the first freedom rides of the 1960s. Gear Up, thank you very much for subscribing with Prime. Let's talk about the 1961 Black Night incident. An interview with Josie Carter in 2011 revealed just one of Josie's most colorful adventures, which was to become a landmark event in Milwaukee LGBT history. As the greatest generation continues to leave us, the actual course of these events has slowly evaporated into hidden history. As a result, many people today believe that LGBTQ history began with New York's Stonewall riots of 1969. But 8 years before Stonewall, Milwaukee was the scene of an early uprising unlike anything local police had ever seen before. On Saturday night, August 5th, 1961, 4 troublemakers got more trouble than they bargained for at the Black Night, one of Milwaukee's most popular gay bars at the time. It wasn't just a tavern that tolerated homosexuals, it was, from the start, a tavern that embraced and welcomed them. Wetham, a twice-married man with children, became well known for creating a safe and generous space for his customers. All sexual and gender expressions were welcome, something extremely rare to find in mid-century Milwaukee, and customers were fiercely protective of their turf. The fierceness made itself known on Saturday, August 5th, 1961. After partying at a Kane Place Tavern, 4 20-something servicemen decided to check out the Black Night on a dare. Despite being asked several times, they refused to show any identification to the bouncer and wound up being forcibly removed. One of the servicemen would later claim he was grabbed, punched, and hit on the head with a bottle for no reason, but that's not exactly what happens. These are exactly the kind of people, if you've seen the dork-ass frat boy chuds who have been protecting the American flag and have gotten like $300,000 because, yeah, naturally, they're like, of course it's a fucking grift, of course it is. The servicemen fled the bar, took their injured friend to County Emergency Hospital, and went back to the Kane Place Tavern. They rounded up a dozen men and decided to go back downtown and clean up the Black Night. According to Josie, after the men left, Wally said, okay, you guys have got to get out of here because God knows what is about to happen. But we did not run from a fight. We did not run from nothing, said Josie. And wouldn't you know it, those big-ass mothers came back and just tore apart the bar looking for little old me and my husband because their buddy got beat up. Wally later reported this game came in and started tearing the bar apart, and the bar fought back. Earlier that night, the servicemen had found a nearly empty bar and a 4-to-1 fight against the bouncer. This time, they found a packed bar of 75 patrons ready and willing to defend their turf by any means necessary. The battle didn't last long, but it was intense. One patron suffered extreme lacerations when he was thrown through a broken window. Another patron experienced a brain concussion when he was hit in the head with a bar stool. He would remain in critical condition for weeks after the brawl. In the end, over $2,000 in losses were reported. One of the guys came at me and said, okay, you sick faggot, come on. I popped him right there and the blood sprayed and he fell to the ground. I'll never forget that as long as I live. He started it, but I stopped it. I may be a faggot, but I'm the one who stopped it. I need that on a fucking t-shirt. That goes hard. While Wetham and his patrons cleaned up the carnage, the 4 servicemen were charged with disorderly conduct. Unfortunately, the judge later dismissed their charges due to lack of evidence. So this is a great example of standing by your own community and helping out others when they need it and not backing down from a fight. Mutual aid, even, you could call it. So now, going back really quick to civil rights stuff. We'll be on this for a minute. Because we got sit-ins and then we got to talk about Fred Hampton. But I want to talk about student striking in particular. 1951, 16-year-old Barbara Johns led her classmates in a strike to protest the substandard conditions at Robert Russa Moton High School in Prince Edward County, Virginia. While many in the town called for patience, 16-year-old Barbara Johns refused to wait. With a few other classmates, she quietly organized the entire student body. After the students asked the teachers to leave, Barbara convinced her classmates that they should walk out until a new building was under construction. The protest led to a court case that became one of 5 cases that the U.S. Supreme Court reviewed in Brown v. Board of Education of Topeka when it declared school segregation unconstitutional. Rather than desegregate, and here's an important thing, again, seeing how the structures that we've created just kind of uphold the status quo instead of listening to people. Rather than desegregate, the Prince Edward County Board of Supervisors refused to appropriate money from the county school board to the public schools. This refusal, which continued for 5 years, was part of the massive resistance movement, a state government policy to block the desegregation of public schools, which effectively closed the doors of the county schools. During these years, black students were forced to find education wherever they could. White students attended new segregated private schools, the last of which began to accept black students in 1986. (1986). And I want to talk about one particular thing as we get further into I'll talk about it in a second. How students impacted the U.S. Civil Rights Movement. Take a real quick look at the Little Rock Nine. President
the local newspaper, the Arkansas Gazette at that time, indicated that the Brown decision was going to change the face of the South forever. I remember those words. And I thought to myself, good, because I think the face of the South ought to change.
I will not force my people to integrate against their will.
The governor of the state, Orville Forbes, decided that he was going to use Central as his point of resistance. None of us of the 9 anticipated that the resistance would be as strong as it was.
I got you.
The night before we were to go to school, the governor called out the Arkansas National Guard, unbeknownst to us. And when we appeared at Central the first day,
Sealed off.
the National Guard was there to bar our entrance and let white students go into the school. What it was like, it was rejection that I had never experienced like that. It seemed to me that if they were going to all of this trouble to keep me out, there was something bigger than my simply going to class. Only when we got home from school that day did we realize what an ordeal, personal ordeal, Elizabeth had gone through, and that she certainly faced more of the mob directly. I always applaud the fact that she was able to keep both her composure and try to figure out how to get out of that. We started school on the 25th of September.
President Eisenhower sends 500 troops of the 101st Airborne Division of the United States Army.
It was a terrific feeling that President of the United States would send troops to escort us into school. I didn't know what was going to happen after that. It was like going to war every day. You had students who tried to use as much verbiage as they could to intimidate us. We had threats and comments that, we would be killed for all of us. We decided that this was a year that we were going to support each other. We were going to try to do as well as we could in our academic work. Some were a lot smarter than me, but I also was determined that this year I was going to graduate from Central. The principal of the school told me at one point along the way that I didn't have to come to the ceremony. They would mail me my diploma. And I thought,
seriously?
Listen, I didn't go through all this.
I didn't let you out here just so you can
pass
your
up
bone.
the ceremony. Maybe the world thought that after Little Rock, everything is going to be fixed. And one of the important pieces, I'm sure I don't need it to remind anyone, that the history of slavery in this country makes it very difficult to overcome a lot of issues on race. We're a long way from being perfect.
Logan Manchin, I need some help. How do you come out to other people as non-binary? Oh boy, I wish I knew. It wasn't easy for me, and my mother did not necessarily take it well and still doesn't refer to me by the right pronouns. So I wish I had a better answer for you, but I'm not actually sure. I say just be simple about it. Like be as direct as possible. You don't need to explain every aspect of yourself to them. Just say like, hey, I am this. Like start off with somebody that you know and you can trust, who won't freak out on you, who won't be like, oh well, I'm not, you can't force me to use this, like who's not gonna just like be weird and transphobic about it, and kind of go from there. Now, I also want to talk about no. Dog. Come on. Here. This phone, huh? Yeah. Stay here. Love you. Okay. With that little bit out of the way, I want to talk about the Black Panthers and Fred Hampton, because this whole situation is a great example of how the U.S. really, and police really don't like anybody who might actually get some good wind under their wings, who might actually be leading any kind of real populist movement. The lasting legacy of 1967 Black Panther gun control protests at California Capitol. 57th anniversary of one of the most spectacular protests in California state history. The Black Panthers entered the Capitol building armed with guns in protest. Entering the Capitol building with an open carry gun was not against the law then. That changed quickly. Video from that day shows the scene. Black Panthers in their trademark berets and leather jackets carried handguns and shotguns through the halls of the Capitol. State police only stopped the men after 10 had reached the assembly chambers. The shocking protest was aimed at a state gun control legislation seeking to prevent the Black Panthers' police patrols, their practice of following officers in black neighborhoods. Black Panther Bobby Seale spoke about the mission then. "We don't hate nobody because of their color, we hate oppression." Bill X. Jennings is a Black Panther alumni who is now an activist in the Black Panther movement. He showed his collection, including a photo of him walking into a courthouse with Black Panther founder Huey Newton. It forced us to really think about what folks were willing to do in desperate circumstances, for sure. Yeah, no, it wasn't Emily Nelson. It wasn't so much that, as it notes here, it wasn't so much that like Reagan was gun control obsessive. It was that like, oh no, the black people have guns. We need to make sure that it's a crime in a way that we can. Like in a way that's not too explicitly racist. Like white people can get in trouble for this too, but we need to make what they did specifically a crime. So let's talk about Fred Hampton. Hivesci, thank you for resubscribing for 7 months. If you don't know that you are called Dead Domaniacs, you do now. You're all my Dead Domaniacs now. At some point in 1969, Chicago police and FBI managed to place a spy, William O'Neill, within the Illinois chapter of the Black Panther Party. During the night of December 3rd, it is widely believed that he drugged Fred Hampton to ensure that he would not be able to defend himself. Early the next morning, the police descended on 2337 West Monroe Street in Chicago's West Side. Police entered the residence and shot Mark Clark, who was on guard, once in the chest. Either his death spasm or his falling to the floor caused him to fire his gun upward, the only shot the Black Panthers fired during this raid and done posthumously. The police, who were heavily armed, including with a submachine gun, opened fire throughout the apartment despite pleas to stop, firing at least 90 bullets. When the onslaught ceased, Fred Hampton and Deborah Johnson were miraculously only injured. The police entered the bedroom and removed Johnson, who had been attempting to shield Hampton with her pregnant body, and dragged her into another room. She then heard the police execute her fiancé. It was later confirmed Hampton had never been fully conscious and had never left his bed and had been shot at close range with 2 bullets to the head. Here's another interesting thing just to note, as police love to do. In hindsight, they'll kind of change their story or they'll present it one way, and then it'll come out that later that's totally bullshit. A super important thing to keep in mind as you're looking at the modern college protests and how the police narratives are kind of just being willy-nilly perpetuated and shared by media all over the place. And yes, Beast Llama, Judas and the Black Messiah, very good film. What was it? Immediately after the event, the authorities, led by State's Attorney Edward Hanrahan, and the police claimed many things, namely that the assassination had been a shootout, that Fred Hampton himself had fired on them, and that he had been killed by the bullets the police had sprayed across the room. These statements would all prove to be false. The Black Panthers countered this narrative by opening the rooms to the public and letting journalists examine them, exposing and driving home the level of violence that was used against them. This led to the discovery, published by the Chicago Tribune, that the bullet holes supposedly caused by the Black Panthers' bullets were in fact from nails used to post materials to the door, thus causing a furor. This was essential and proved many a Black Panther's innocence. The media continued to publish both sides of the story, though the Chicago Tribune, the media continued to publish both sides of the story, though the Chicago Tribune to some extent and the Chicago Defender to a much greater extent supported the Black Panthers. One more. The map clearly identified the bedroom of Fred Hampton, the 21-year-old chairman of the Chicago Black Panthers. The police were acting under the orders of Edward Hanrahan, the Cook County State's attorney, who held a press conference claiming that his officers were surprise attacked by the Black Panthers as the police tried to execute a search warrant for illegal weapons in the apartment. While it didn't take long for Hanrahan's account to fall apart, it took more than a decade for the whole disturbing truth to come to light. Not only was the killing of Hampton and Clark a cold-blooded assassination, but documents later revealed it was coordinated by the FBI as part of a secret program to neutralize and destroy the Black Panther Party, which FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover privately called, quote, the greatest threat to the internal security of the country. And here's again, a youth-led movement right here. The Black Panther Party for Self-Defense was formed in 1966 by a pair of black college students in Oakland. With their military-style berets and raised fist salute, the Black Panthers preached black empowerment and armed resistance to racist violence, including at the hands of police. The Black Panther Party also started a wealth of social initiatives, including a free breakfast program that helped feed thousands of hungry kids before school. So here we have, and they not only that, but they had their own neighborhood watch. As noted, they would go and follow around police officers on patrol to make sure they didn't do anything wrong. You have right here what so many people, so many racists say, like, well, why don't you just stick to your own kind? Why don't you stick to your own people? And that's what the Black Panthers did. They essentially did their best, much like Black Wall Street. They did their best to set up social initiatives, social safety nets for their own community. And that, to the United States government, to the police, to the people in power, that was dangerous. It's not to say the Black Panthers in Chicago shied away from confrontation and armed provocation. Quote, they very much had a militant, anti-police position of community control of police. Off the pig was one of their very provocative slogans, which to Panthers meant getting abusive police out of the community, but I'm sure the police did not necessarily see it that way. Chicago at the time was a hotbed of political protests and violent clashes with the police. When crowds took to the streets after the 1968 assassination of Martin Luther King Jr., the Chicago mayor ordered police to shoot suspected arsonists. Later that year, police and National Guard troops pummeled anti-war protesters outside the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. Love it. Rad. That's sarcasm, by the way. So, really quick, while we're talking about civil rights and the struggles of the 60s, I want to talk this fun little article, Protests Seen as Harming Civil Rights Movements in the 1960s. Because so many centrist milquetoast libs and Biden ride or die people have been really getting on this tip lately of, you know, like you're not helping anybody by doing these protests. And I want to make it clear that while, again, we look back on things like the Black Panther movement, on things like civil rights protests and sit-ins, now we look back on those and know that they were good things. At the time, broadly, they were not seen that way. Which is a little something to think about. The Gallup poll 1961. Do you think sit-ins at lunch counters, freedom buses, and other demonstrations by Negroes will hurt or help Negroes' chances of being integrated into the South? More than half said hurt. Do you think mass demonstrations are more likely to help or more likely hurt? June 1963, May 1964. 1964, it went down to 16% from 27% the previous year. Just a little something to keep in mind. let us talk about, since we're still in the 60s, some Vietnam protests. In many ways, the student protests at the University of Wisconsin mirrored those taking place on campuses across the country. The first substantial demonstration in October 1963 occurred when there were only military advisors in Vietnam, and it opposed the government's support for Ngo Dinh Diem, the repressive president of South Vietnam. We have protests for the draft. A lot of these, obviously, based on colleges. Would you believe that people have been saying the same shit about kids protesting for all of time? That they're inexperienced yuppies who've never had to worry about anything in their life? Again, some things kind of don't really change in America. Protests and police response marked the first time that a campus anti-war demonstration had turned violent. It would not be the last time. Rough confrontations became much more common in the years that followed, culminating most horribly in the May 1970 shooting of 13 Kent State University students by National Guardsmen. 4 of those Kent State students died. That event, combined with Nixon's invasion of Cambodia, led to protests at more than 1,300 college campuses, with some 500 closed by student and faculty strikes. ROTC facilities were attacked and police and National Guard troops were dispatched to more than 100 colleges. In August of that year, the anti-war protests at the University of Wisconsin took an ominous turn. A bomb destroyed the building holding the Army Math Research Center, killing 1 young scientist. Now, let's go back to civil rights real quick. For Selma and Bloody Sunday. The passage of, in 1964, the landmark Civil Rights Act months earlier had done little in some parts of the state to ensure African Americans of the basic right to vote. Perhaps no place was Jim Crow's grip tighter than in Dallas County, Alabama, where African Americans made up more than half of the population, yet accounted for just 2% of registered voters. For months, the efforts of Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee to register black voters had been thwarted. In January 1965, Martin Luther King Jr. came to the city and gave the backing of the Southern Christian Leadership Council to the cause. Peaceful demonstrations in Selma and surrounding communities resulted in arrests of thousands, including King, who wrote into the New York Times, "This is Selma, Alabama. There are more Negroes in jail with me than there are on voting rolls." The rising racial tensions finally bubbled over into bloodshed in the nearby town of Marion, where state troopers clubbed protesters and fatally shot 26-year-old Jimmy Lee Jackson, an African-American demonstrator trying to protect his mother, who was being struck by police. The demonstrators, naturally, marched undisturbed through downtown Selma, where the ghosts of the past constantly permeated the present. As they began to cross the steel-arched bridge spanning the Alabama River, the marchers who gazed up could see the name of a Confederate general and reputed Grand Dragon of the Alabama Ku Klux Klan, Edmund Pettus, staring right back at them in big block letters emblazoned on the bridge's crossbeam. Once Lewis and Williams reached the crest of the bridge, they saw trouble on the other side. A wall of state troopers wearing white helmets and slapping billy clubs in their hands stretched across Route 80 at the base of the span. Beneath them were deputies of County Sheriff Jim Clark, some on horseback and dozens of white spectators waving Confederate flags and giddily anticipating a showdown. Knowing a confrontation awaited, the marchers pressed on in a thin column down the bridge's sidewalk until they stopped about 50 feet from the authority. After a few moments, the troopers with gas masks affixed to their faces and clubs at the ready advanced. They pushed back. Again, this is a peaceful protest. So many of these have been peaceful protests until the police escalate. Important to remember. They knocked marchers to the ground. They struck them with sticks. Clouds of tear gas mixed with the screams of terrified marchers and the cheers of reveling bystanders. Deputies on horseback charged ahead and chased the gasping men, women, and children back over the bridges. They swung clubs, whips, and rubber tubing wrapped in barbed wire. Although forced back, the protesters did not fight back. This time, television cameras captured the entire assault and transformed the local protest into a national civil rights event. It took hours for the film to be flown from Alabama to the television network headquarters in New York, but when it aired that night, Americans were appalled at the sights and sounds of Bloody Sunday. Outrage at Bloody Sunday swept the country. Sympathizers staged sit-ins, traffic blockades, and demonstrations in solidarity with the voting rights marchers. Some even traveled to Selma, where 2 days later, King attempted another march, but to the dismay of some demonstrators, turned back when troopers again blocked the highway at Edmund Pettus Bridge. Finally, a federal court order permitted the protest. The voting rights marchers left Selma on March 21st, under the protection of federalized National Guard troops. 4 days later, they reached Montgomery, with the crowd growing to 25,000 by the time they reached the Capitol steps. The events in Selma galvanized public opinion and mobilized Congress to pass the Voting Rights Act, which President Johnson signed into law on August 6, 1965. So, between that, the labor rights movement, and the suffragette movement, sure does seem like not only are these people on the right side of history when they are so firmly opposed by the government, but that we owe so much of the things we take for granted to this method of civil disobedience. I want to go to 1966, where one more big protest before Stonewall. I want to talk about the Compton cafeteria. Donna Persona does not want to be tolerated. I am to be loved, adored, and respected, the 72-year-old San Francisco woman declared on a recent morning, seated inside her fifth-story apartment. Persona is preparing to serve as Grand Marshal at the city's Pride Festival this year and has no patience for anyone's tolerance. Quote, "Fuck that shit, give me my rights." Her Pride mantra, "It ain't a party, it's time to act up," honored the transgender women who, more than 50 years ago, showed her how to live and fight back. In 1966, 3 years before the world-famous Stonewall riot in New York, a group of trans women in San Francisco stood up to police inside Gene Compton's cafeteria, an all-night restaurant in the Tenderloin neighborhood and popular queer gathering spot. A trans woman fed up with the harassment and abuse is said to have thrown a cup of coffee in an officer's face. In an officer's face, excuse me. A trans woman fed up with the harassment and abuse is said to have thrown a cup of coffee in an officer's face, sparking a chaotic riot and an unprecedented moment of trans resistance to police violence. Quote, "These ladies took the bullets for us," said Persona, a performer and activist who went to Compton's cafeteria as a teenager in the 60s and now lives down the streets. "Everybody in our community stands on their shoulders." And that does not just apply to this protest for this movement, because one thing that I hope you gather from looking at all of these things in totality is how close in proximity all of these movements are with one another. When you look at, I shared it on Twitter earlier, there was a post, and of course it was a conservative doing the fascist thing of saying, oh, look how ugly all of the pro-Palestinian supporters are. And on one side, they had their good guys, who are just all white, upper middle class looking, straight white boys. And on the other side were the Palestinian protesters of every skin color, of every gender, some Muslim, some Christian, men, women, people of every identity. I'm assuming, very likely, people of every gender and sexual orientation. And that, to me, is such a great illustration of how tied together these movements are, intrinsically, at their core. these struggles, as we'll read again, I'm going to finish up with the letter from Birmingham Jail, they affect everybody. And so when somebody says, like, we stand on their shoulders, it's important to remember that it's not just, if you're a queer person or a black person, you're standing on the shoulders of what people in your community did for you. You stand on the shoulders of what other people fought and suffered and bled for. That led to those people fighting and standing up and bleeding for the things that led to you. In many ways, black liberation movements, queer liberation movements, feminist movements, suffragette movements, they're not that different, ultimately, from the violence, from the threats, the harassment, the blood spilled by people in the labor movements, by abolitionists. And that is an integral part of American identity that so few people seem to know about or understand. Like this is where solidarity between movements and intersectionality is so important. Because we have this shared history, this shared trauma between all of these minority groups. That obviously is not the same. Like I'm not saying that, you know, my experience as a queer person has ever been similar to somebody's experience as a black person or a Latino person. Like, we've all had different struggles specifically. But broadly, the structures of power have continued to try and keep us down in the same ways, which is why you see such diversity in pro-Palestinian protests, I feel, from people who are able to recognize that. Even if not explicitly, they understand it as a subtext. Thank you very much, Jonathan, for $20. I appreciate that. Anti-War Machine, thank you for following. No one knows the exact date of the Compton's cafeteria riot. In fact, if it wasn't for Dr. Susan Stryker, the event might have been almost entirely forgotten. I actually have Susan Stryker's book. Transgender History by Susan Stryker is a phenomenal book that I'll probably be referencing for my upcoming queer history stream on Stonewall. And if you haven't read it and you have any interest in like movements like this, Transgender History, Dr. Susan Stryker, phenomenal book. The trans historian was rifling through the Gay and Lesbian Historical Society archives in 1991 when she stumbled upon a timeline of historic events that referenced an August 1966 event, drag queens protest police harassment at Compton's cafeteria. It took Stryker years to figure out what happened. A city archivist told her there were no arrest reports, that the records have been disappeared. So she slowly built her own paper trail and learned how the corner of Turk and Taylor Streets where Compton's was located was trans central. Eventually she met Amanda St. James, a trans woman who had lived in a hotel in the area and was present at the riot. Mind you, this was in the 50s and 60s. So this is the kind of thing you should know about and be able to talk about off the top of your head the next time some dipshit turf or gender critical comes at you with like, oh, trans people weren't a thing before like 2016. Like, you need to be able to show them this and tell them to sit and spin on it. Zwebster, the name of the book was Transgender History. Like, just Transgender History. Very, very simple book. Persona remembers things differently. When she was around 17, she hopped on the Greyhound bus from San Jose to San Francisco and eventually wound up being a regular at Compton's cafeteria. Quote, "They were the most beautiful women I'd ever seen," said Persona, who is raised in a large Mexican family with a Baptist minister father. "It was like I'm home. In a way, I really felt like I was in Wonderland. They took care of me like big sisters. They were just so sweet to me and to each other." Trans women talked in the documentary about their struggles as sex workers in the neighborhood and the ways they found brief refuge at Compton's. The women often faced intense violence from clients and police and would check up on each other and hang at the restaurant. The mainstream erasure of Compton's from discussions of LGBT resistance is partly due to the exclusion of trans people from the gay rights movement and pride parades in the years that followed. LeGrand says she still encounters gay men in San Francisco who have never heard of it. For the average LGBT person, Stonewall is the beginning of the actual movement to them, but for trans girls, it's Compton's cafeteria. A group of younger trans women are now working hard to make sure people don't forget 1966. It's a life and death thing for many members of the trans community. Mahogany, who previously worked as a social worker, has seen firsthand in recent years how trans people in the neighborhood struggle to access resources and housing and are sometimes pushed out of San Francisco with little support. All right. I still have so much to get through. Holy shit, guys. All right. With that out of the way, let us get to Stonewall. I won't talk too much about this because I will be doing an upcoming stream on it. I'm hoping next week, but we'll see if I can get it all planned out. The 1960s and preceding decades were not welcome time for lesbian, gay, bi, and trans Americans. For instance, solicitation of same-sex relations was illegal in New York. For such reasons, LGBT individuals flocked to gay bars and clubs, places of refuge where they could express themselves openly and socialize without worry. However, the New York State Liquor Authority penalized and shut down establishments that served alcohol to known or suspected LGBT individuals, arguing that the mere gathering of homosexuals was disorderly. The first documented gay rights organization, the Society for Human Rights, was founded in 1924. Police raids forced them to disband in 1925, but not before they had published several issues of the newsletter Friendship and Freedom. In 1966, 3 years before Stonewall, members of the Mattachine Society, an organization dedicated to gay rights, staged a sit-in where they openly declared their sexuality at taverns, daring staff to turn them away and suing establishments who did. When the Commission to Human Rights ruled that gay individuals had the rights to be served in bars, police raids were temporarily reduced. The crime syndicate saw profit and catering to shunned gay clientele, and by the mid-1960s, the Genovese crime family controlled most Greenwich Village gay bars. In 1966, they purchased Stonewall Inn and cheaply renovated it and reopened it the next year as a gay bar, which is one of the most based and brilliant things like the mafia has ever done, is to basically buy a gay bar. Like, hey, we got a gay bar here for all the gays in town. Hey, come on, no way. I just like picturing like homophobic Italians justifying, and this isn't an Italian thing, I'm just thinking in broad terms of like mafia families justifying opening up gay bars because they just know it's going to bring in money. That's just very good. Yes, I did, Logan Mansion Games. Did you know that after Nazi concentration camps were liberated by the Allies, the LGBT inmates were simply locked back up in jails and prisons? Yep. Yeah, no, exactly. It's just Quiet Kitsune. Gay money spends just as well. It's like, I don't care who dick you suck as long as you're paying me. Hey, oh, wow. Oh. So, I just remembered that. Was that post about, like, somebody be like, oh, I don't... Stop doing stereotypical Italian accents. It's racist to my people. And all the replies are just like, meatball, pepperoni. Ah, come on. I love it. Gabagool. Also uses a trailblazing gender-neutral program. That's true. Hey, I'm being myself over here. Hey, come on. Sorry. Staying in the closet, forget about it. Come on. Oh, and that is also true. I think I read that in Susan Stryker's book where she mentioned that blackmail attracted a lot of organized crime because naturally, like, prostitution is super high in trans and gay communities, and guess what? There's a lot of prostitution from politicians who might like to say otherwise. $10 from Vicky Vileblood. Great work as always. TST video was fantastic. Makeup looks wonderful tonight. Thank you very much. I don't think I look great, but I appreciate it. Without police interference, the crime family could cut costs how they saw fit. The club lacked a fire exit, running water behind the bar to wash glasses, clean toilets that didn't routinely overflow, and palatable drinks that weren't watered down beyond recognition. What's more, the mafia reportedly blackmailed the club's wealthier patrons who wanted to keep their sexuality a secret. Nonetheless, Stonewall Inn quickly became an important Greenwich Village institution. It was large and relatively cheap to enter. It welcomed drag queens who received a bitter reception at other gay bars and clubs. It was a nightly home for many runaways and homeless gay youths who panhandled and shoplifted to afford the entry fee. It was one of the few, if not the only, gay bar left that allowed dancing. Raids were still a fact of life, but usually corrupt cops would tiff off mafia-run bars before they occurred, allowing owners to stash the alcohol and hide other illegal activities. In fact, the NYPD has stormed Stonewall Inn just a few days before the riot-inducing raid. Fed up with constant police harassment and social discrimination, angry patrons and neighborhood residents hung around the bar rather than dispersed, becoming increasingly agitated as events unfolded, and people were aggressively manhandled. At one point, an officer hit a lesbian over the head as he forced her into the police van. She shouted to onlookers to act, inciting the crowd to begin throw pennies, bottles, cobblestones, and other objects at the police. Within minutes, a full-blown riot involving hundreds of people began. The police, a few prisoners, and a village voice writer barricaded themselves in the bar, which the mob attempted to set on fire after breaching the barricade repeatedly. The fire department and riot squad were eventually able to douse the flames, rescue those inside of Stonewall, and disperse the crowd, but the protests, sometimes involving thousands of people, continued in the area for 5 more days, flaring up at one point after the village voice published its accounts of the riots. Greenwich. Yeah, no, you're right. Greenwich. You're right. It is Greenwich, I believe. We did already talk about Kent State. I want to talk about, again, kind of like Tulsa, or not Tulsa, kind of like Black Wall Street and the School of the Americas. Not something that actually got protested so much as just showing the reckless disregard police have for the lives of civilians, and how they will employ violence. Structures will just employ violence wantonly against the civilian populace they're supposed to be protecting. In the evening of May 13, 1985, long-standing tensions between MOVE, a black liberation group, and the Philadelphia Police Department erupted horrifically. That night, the city of Philadelphia dropped a satchel bomb, a demolition device typically used in combat, laced with Tovex and C4 explosives, on the MOVE organization, who were living in a West Philadelphia row home known to be occupied by men, women, and children. It went up in unextinguished flames. 11 people were killed, including 5 children and the founder of the organization. 61 homes were destroyed, and more than 250 citizens were left homeless. For the next several years, the confrontation with MOVE would be remembered as an ordeal that transformed the fabric of the city. The show of force, unjustified to many. Who the hell would say that's justified? Solidified mistrust between Philadelphia's residents and government, as if it hadn't been solidified before that. The story is a parable of sorts. It's a parable of how the unthinkable comes to happen. It's a tragedy, in my opinion. Everyone who was an adult in that city failed that day. Collectively, the whole city failed. People forget about this. Like, the police in America, when you see footage of protesters being beaten over the head and bleeding profusely, and you're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that police in America are like, this is acting like a fascist regime. They did this in the 80s. The 80s. Did you know that in the 1980s there were so many thefts of national landmarks in Philadelphia that police had to move many of them away so they wouldn't be stolen? Search Move Philadelphia Police to learn more. Oh, true. Oh my goodness, I didn't even see SSS Small T. Thank you so much for rating the Party of 39. We are having a little history lesson today. All right, now it's going to go a little bit faster now that we're out of the 60s. And going to be a little bit just talking more about how police beat the shit out of people. Like this is a unfortunately very common occurrence in our day and age where we've dealt with BLM of all kinds, like Tamir Rice, George Floyd, of course. Like I would even say Trayvon Martin. 25 years ago this week, 4 Los Angeles policemen, 3 of them white, were acquitted of the savage beating of Rodney King, an African-American man. Caught on camera by a bystander, graphic video of the attack was broadcast into homes across the nation and worldwide. Fury over the acquittal, stoked by years of racial and economic inequality in the city, spilled over into the streets, resulting in 5 days of rioting in Los Angeles. You notice how the black districts, like we were talking about Black Wall Street, that had actually built up economic wealth and was destroyed. But you notice how everywhere else, it sure seems like the police are the ones keeping so many of these poor neighborhoods poor. Like, much to think about. When police finally stopped him, King was ordered out of the car. Los Angeles Police Department officers then kicked him repeatedly and beat him with batons for a reported 15 minutes. The video shows more than a dozen cops stood by watching and commenting on the beating. This is what cops are like, by the way. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, obviously, it matters that he's black in the grand scheme of, like, the discourse. But it doesn't matter if it's a college student, if it's a child. Like, they will engage with this level of violence more often than not. I watched when there was the BLM protests in my town. The protesters, so the George Floyd protests in Spokane, the protesters broke into a Nike store. And some people were starting to loot. And it was the protesters, not the police. The police sat back on their asses, did nothing. It was the protesters who got everybody out in the Nike store. And then about a half hour later, by my recollection, it was a little bit of time. A half hour later, the police decided that it was time to use their fancy equipment. And they started launching tear gas canisters and rubber bullets. And I saw one indigenous girl who's a member of the local indigenous community being arrested, and the police were holding her face down into a canister of tear gas that had been activated. Like right in her face. And I don't know if any of you, I've had tear gas in my face. I don't know if any of you have had tear gas in your face. It's unfucking pleasant when it's far away. And they were we had pictures of them laughing. Like a cop standing over her, laughing as the others were arresting her and taking their time, rubbing her face in a tear gas canister. Lady Domina, thank you very much for the 300 bits. And now I want to talk a little bit about just kind of broad protest movements. Yeah, no, everybody, like, talking, people in the chat are talking about tear gas, and like tear gas is one of those things where it's like everybody thinks they understand tear gas until it actually comes out. Like, you saw a lot of people, the thing is that you need practice to manage tear gas. So like when you saw a lot of the protesters who were in like LA or Seattle, and they would take traffic cones and like dilute and disarm like tear gas canisters and stuff, those people that had practice, it's not as easy when it's happening to you for the first time and you have to look through everything and you're unprepared, and you like every orifice in your face just starts leaking and everything burns at the same time. Like it's one of those things where like, yeah, everybody's a badass until the tear gas comes out. Look back at some civil rights movements here. Had the food service counter. These are the students that we talked about earlier. We have sit-ins. Police in riot gear entered the San Francisco State campus in a show of force during student demonstrations that were meant to shut the college down during a strike November 4th, 1968. This is exactly, mind you again, when dumbasses like Destiny talk about like, oh, well, these people get what they deserve. I need you to understand, by his rhetoric, he would have been against civil rights protest. He would have been against the measures that led to the Civil Rights Act. Vietnam War protests. We talked about Kent State University. College students demanded the war's end and spoke out against the military draft that put them at risk of being sent to fight after graduation. President Richard Nixon, who was elected in 1968, partly due to his promise to end the war, announced in the spring of 1970 that U.S. troops had entered Cambodia. The incursion triggered large-scale protests among the anti-war movement. A night of violence in downtown Kent was followed by a student march to the campus ROTC building the next day. Some students tried to burn the building down, while the protesters claimed they left the building intact and in the hands of campus police. When they returned to their dorms, the building was destroyed. It's still not clear who burned it down. (1960) A student throws a tear gas canister back at guardsmen during clashes. 1970. After several standoffs, the troops headed back up the hill in the direction of the ROTC building. As they reached the top, they turned towards the demonstrators and opened fire. This, if it wasn't in black and white, this could be a photo of anything today. May 8th, 1970, photo shows the New Mexico Army National Guardsmen with unsheathed bayonets during an anti-war demonstration at the University of New Mexico in Albuquerque. I didn't talk about it much, but apartheid South Africa is another one where it actually very similarly, because Israel is basically an apartheid state, but very similarly to the protests here. Just something that like people really forgot in America, in the American consciousness about apartheid South Africa. Between the 1960s and 1980s, U.S. student activists led a nationwide movement to pressure their universities to cut financial ties with companies that supported South Africa's apartheid regime, which is exactly what students are doing right now. They want their colleges to cut ties with people like Gonzaga here in town wants to, their students want the university to cut ties with Boeing, who is a major manufacturer through its subsidiaries and stuff, supplying weapons and shit to Israel right now. Here again, the U.S. anti-apartheid movement gained momentum through student-led protests on campuses where students demanded their universities divest from all South Africa-related investments. Students successfully pressured multiple universities nationwide, including in New York, California, and North Carolina, to sever financial ties. Students marched in solidarity with renowned anti-apartheid activist Nelson Mandela, who had been sentenced to life in prison in 1964. Mandela would ultimately spend 27 years in prison for opposing the apartheid system in South Africa. Again, almost seems like these kids are kind of onto something, doesn't it? Like they kind of get proven right by history, despite all of these systems trying to besmirch them, beat them down, get them to give up. And we owe so much to the people who do not give up. Here's another sit-in. Some of the 400 students occupied the old student union at Stanford University in San Jose in 1977 to protest the school's investment holdings in companies that do business with apartheid South Africa. Later, scores of students were arrested. Another picture. You changed the hairdos, you changed some of the clothes. This could be today. We have, of course, the BLM movement. More than 400 medical students, faculty, and medical professionals at the University of Cincinnati College of Medicine knelt for 8 minutes and 46 seconds, the length of time that police held Floyd down in silent protest of his death. In 2015, Columbia University became the first college in the U.S. to divest from private prison companies after the student protest demanded it. How the fuck? Like, glad that happened, but how the fuck is that? How is that a thing that we need to do? God, this country is so fucked, dude. That's a terrible image. Now, before I do letter to Birmingham Jail, I want to go over something just really quick that might not seem related. But I think it really is. Because as this situation in Israel with Palestine continues to unfold, like people have already uncovered mass bodies. We already know about humanitarian aid being blocked and destroyed. 40,000 people dead. People in Rafah living under imminent threat of just being completely wiped out. Our government aiding this. There will be, you can guarantee there will be more atrocities to come. There will be more people coming forward with stories of what is actually happening there that Israel was trying to cover up. And as a wise man once said, the moral arc of the universe is long but bend towards justice. And length is a real big problem there. Because it's easy in the moment to take a side and be like, okay, well, this is obviously, these are the good guys, these are the bad guys. And then that becomes the settled narrative. Until years and years later, where people get brought up on charges. Like we were just looking at Fred Hampton, who it wasn't actually discovered what happened to Fred Hampton until over a decade after his death. On that subject, the case of Abu Ghraib has finally gone to trial. And for those who don't know, and thankfully it's cutting off the picture. You can go see there's a very famous picture of a prisoner being tortured in Abu Ghraib. From Wikipedia, this is a pretty good broad overview of it. During the early stages of the Iraq War, members of the U.S. Army and Central Intelligence Agency committed a series of human rights violations and war crimes against detainees, including physical abuse, sexual humiliation, physical and psychological torture and rape, as well as the killing of Manadel al-Jamadi and the desecration of his body. In November 1st, 2003, the AP presented a special report on the massive human rights abuses at Abu Ghraib. The report began, in Iraq's American detention camps, forbidden talk can earn a prisoner hours bound and stretched out in the sun, and detainees swinging tent poles rise up regularly against their jailers, according to recently released Iraqis. The report went on to describe abuse of the prisoners at the hand of their American captors. They confined us like sheep, the newly freed Saad Naif, 38, said of the Americans. They hit people, they humiliated people. In response, U.S. Brigadier General, who oversaw all U.S. detention facilities, claimed the prisoners were being treated humanely and fairly. Documents obtained by Washington Post and the ACLU showed that Ricardo Sanchez, who was a lieutenant general and senior U.S. military officer in Iraq, authorized the use of military dogs, temperature extremes, reverse sleep patterns, and sensory deprivation as interrogation methods in Abu Ghraib. A November 2004 report by Brigadier General Richard Formica found that many troops at the Abu Ghraib prison had been following orders based on a memorandum from Sanchez that the abuse had not been carried out by isolated criminal elements. Manadal al-Jamani, and I trigger warning for this, but I think this is important, again, to show how these structures facilitate and allow violence. Because it doesn't matter if it's the military or the police, it is still justified by the same systems underpinning American society. Especially when they gleefully, happily, it's like you don't think the police, if they could get away with it easily, would do this to every protester at UCLA? They absolutely would. But trigger warning for all this, because I know this is going to be rough. Manazal al-Jamadi, a prisoner in Abu Ghraib prison, died after CIA officer Mark Swanner and a private contractor interrogated and tortured him in 2003. After his death, his corpse was packed in ice. The corpse was in the background for widely reprinted photographs of grinning U.S. Army specialists Sabrina Harmon and Charles Grainer, each of whom offered a thumbs-up gesture. Jamadi had been a suspect in a bomb attack that killed 12 people, even though there was no confirmation of his involvement in these attacks. A military autopsy declared his death a homicide. No one has been charged with his death. 2012, no criminal charges would be brought. An Abu Ghraib detainee told investigators he heard an Iraqi teenage boy screaming and saw an army translator raping him while a female soldier took pictures. A witness identified the alleged rapist as an American Egyptian who worked as a translator in 2009. Soldier raping a female prisoner. Other photos show... Now, I need you to know, these are photos taken willfully. They took these for fun. Other photos show interrogators sexually assaulting prisoners with objects including a truncheon, wire, and a phosphorescent tube, and a female prisoner having her body forcibly removed to expose her breasts. Senior U.S. officials admitted that rape had taken place at Abu Ghraib. Some of the women who had been raped became pregnant. In some cases, were killed later by their family members in what were thought to be instances of honor killing. In addition, journalist Seymour Hersh alleged in 2004 that the Department of Defense had in its possession videos showing male children being raped by Iraqi prison staff in front of female members. Washington Post reported evidence given by Amin Saeed al-Sheikh, detainee number 151362, quoted him as saying, quote, "They said we will make you wish to die and it will not happen. They stripped me naked. One of them told me he would rape me. He drew a picture of a woman to my back and made me stand in shameful position holding my buttocks apart. Do you pray to Allah?" one asked. I said yes. They said, "Fuck you and fuck him." In her video diary, a prison guard said that prisoners were shot for minor misbehavior and claimed to have venomous snakes used to bite prisoners, sometimes resulting in deaths. The guard said that she was in trouble for having thrown rocks at detainees. February 2006, the Bush administration attempted to prevent release of the images in the U.S., arguing that their publication could provoke antagonism. These newly released photographs depicted prisoners crawling on the floor naked, being forced to perform sexual acts, and being covered in feces. Some images also showed prisoners killed by the soldiers, some shot in the head, and some with slit throats. BBC World News stated that one of the prisoners, who was reportedly mentally unstable, was considered by prison guards as a pet for torture. The UN expressed hope that the pictures would be investigated immediately, but the Pentagon stated the images had been previously investigated. So that happened in 2004, and it is finally going to trial. April 15th, a federal court in Virginia will hear the case of Al-Shamari et al. Versus CACI, a lawsuit brought by the U.S.-based Center for Constitutional Rights on behalf of 3 Iraqi torture victims. The suit asserts that CACI, a private security company which the U.S. government hired in 2003 to interrogate prisoners, directed and participated in torture and other abuse at Abu Ghraib. The men are seeking compensatory and punitive damages. So, I read all that in the hopes that you might understand the gravity of accountability and the fact that it is not something that happens instantaneously. Rarely is it. As it applies to things like Israel and Palestine, and as it applies to accountability from people who will subjugate us and beat us for protesting. The government doesn't want to be held accountable, so it won't be. But I wanted to read, if you haven't read this and you have any agreement, any want to do any kind of protesting, Martin Luther King Jr.'s letter from Birmingham Jail is an essential read. Sorry, give me 1 second. But he lays out so succinctly the need for intersectionality, the understanding of the need for disruptive protest. And I think after going through everything we've just read, from the labor movement to the suffragettes, civil rights actors, gay liberation actors, anti-war protesters, it's important to remember how far we've come because of everybody who fought and died in those protests. And despite the government not wanting to take accountability, and how it will protect its own interests, time and time again, Fred Hampton, Abu Ghraib, South America, that doesn't mean that we give up the fight for equality, the fight for recognition, the fight to help others. First page. Moreover, I am cognizant of the interrelatedness of all communities and states. I cannot sit idly by in Atlanta and not be concerned about what happens in Birmingham. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. We are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. Never again can we afford to live with the narrow, provincial, outside agitator ideas. Anyone who lives inside the United States can never be considered an agitator. I would say, in addition to that, you cannot separate what is happening over in Palestine to what happens here. as much as people want to say, oh, well, we should be just focus on our sovereignty and our borders. Like, first off, the United States government doesn't want to do that. We could house and feed and get every homeless person and every drug addict all they need to be fully emancipated, quote unquote, productive members of society. We simply choose not to. Like, that's the long and short of it. We simply choose not to. Like, the U.S. government has no incentive to actually help its people over here. Like, you don't get that from nationalists, quote unquote nationalists, a lot. That being said, we're at a point in history where you cannot simply turn away from what's happening overseas, because it is constantly happening in our pocket, on our phone, on our computer, at all times of the day. Our entire political structure is informed by how politicians will react to these issues and whether they become tangents in an ongoing culture war. It is all connected now more than ever. So we can't just afford, quite literally, to turn our backs and be like, oh, well, it's happening over in the Middle East, so it's not my problem. That's not the way it works. That's not the way the world works anymore. There was some other stuff. Here we go. You may well ask, why direct action? Why sit-ins, marches, and so forth? Isn't negotiation a better path? You're exactly right in your call for negotiation. Indeed, this is the purpose of direct action. Nonviolent direct action seeks to create such a crisis and establish such creative tension that a community that has consistently refused to negotiate is forced to confront the issue. It seeks so to dramatize the issue that it can no longer be ignored. I just referred to the creation of tension as part of the work of the nonviolent resistor. This may sound rather shocking, but I must confess I am not afraid of the word tension. I have earnestly worked and preached against violent tension, but there is a type of constructive nonviolent tension that is necessary for growth. Just as Socrates felt that it was necessary to create a tension in the mind so that individuals could rise from the bondage of myths and half-truths to the unfettered realm of creative analysis and objective appraisal, we must see the need of having nonviolent gadflies to create the kind of tension in a society that will help men to rise from the dark depths of prejudice and racism to the majestic heights of understanding and brotherhood. So the purpose of direct action is to create a situation so crisis-packed. So the purpose of direct action is to create a situation so crisis-packed that it will inevitably open the door to negotiation. We therefore concur with you in your call for negotiation. Too long has our beloved Southland been bogged down in the tragic attempt to live in monologue rather than dialogue. I feel like that pretty well gets at the need for disruptive protest. Think back to these world-changing protests we've been talking about. Automakers unions sitting in. Steel workers fighting for their rights. Suffragettes disrupting. Continuing to work at their causes, not when it was convenient for those in power, but when it became inconvenient, and not giving up. You express a great deal of anxiety over our willingness to break laws. This is certainly a legitimate concern since we so diligently urge people to obey the Supreme Court's decision of 1954 outlawing segregation in the public schools. It is rather strange and paradoxical to find us consciously breaking laws. One may well ask, how can you advocate breaking some laws and obeying others? The answer is found in the fact that there are two types of laws. There are just laws and there are unjust laws. I would agree with St. Augustine that an unjust law is no law at all. He goes on to talk about, in this section, I believe it's talking about how, here it is, I can never forget that everything Hitler did in Germany was legal, and everything the Hungarian freedom fighters did in Hungary was illegal. It was illegal to aid and comfort a Jew in Hitler's Germany. But I am sure that if I had lived in Germany during that time, I would have aided and comforted my Jewish brothers, even though it was illegal. If I had lived in a communist country today where certain principles dear to the Christian faith are suppressed, I believe I would openly advocate disobeying these anti-religion laws. Here we go. This one is a little bit longer, but like this, again, I cannot express enough. You need to go read this entire thing, because the entire letter from Birmingham Jail is like he's spitting, like, just it's impeccable. It holds the test of time for nearly any protest you can think about. You spoke of our activity in Birmingham as extreme. At first, I was rather disappointed that fellow clergymen would see my nonviolent efforts as those of an extremist. I started thinking about the fact that I stand in the middle of two opposing forces in the Negro community. One is a force of complacency, made up of Negroes who, as a result of long years of oppression, have been so completely drained of self-respect and a sense of somebodyness they've adjusted to segregation, and on the other hand, of a few Negroes in the middle class who, because of a degree of academic and economic security, and because at points they profit by segregation, have unconsciously become insensitive to the problems of the masses. This is talking about class traders. This is talking about people who have vested interests in not protesting. Even though people like them might be subjugated, they have interest in not joining them. You're seeing this a lot right now on the left with liberals and centrists. Oppressed people cannot remain oppressed forever. The urge for freedom will eventually come. This is what has happened to the American Negro. Something within has reminded him of his birthright of freedom. Something without has reminded him that he can gain it. Consciously and unconsciously, he has been swept in by what the Germans call the zeitgeist. And with his black brothers of Africa and his brown and yellow brothers of Asia, South America, and the Caribbean, he's moving with a sense of cosmic urgency towards the promised land of racial justice. Remember when I was talking about earlier, when it comes to... Remember what I was talking about earlier when it comes to intersectionality and these movements all working in concert with one another. That's exactly what he's getting at here. Here we go. This is a good one. This one's especially prescient today. Especially prescient over the last couple days. I had hoped that the white moderate would see this. Maybe I was too optimistic. Maybe I expected too much. I guess I should have realized that few members of a race that is oppressed another race can understand or appreciate the deep groans and passionate yearnings of those who have been oppressed. Sorry, I'm trying to find the one part. Where the hell is it? Oh, damn it, I forgot where part is. Where he talks about the white moderate. Oh, Dr. Robotnik, this is, it actually doesn't show up well on camera, but I have like 4 different shades on, and it's kind of like a greenish to yellow. Here we go. The white moderate who is more devoted to order than to justice, who prefers a negative peace, which is the absence of tension, to a positive peace, which is the presence of justice, who constantly says, I agree with you in the goal you seek, but I cannot agree with your methods of direct action, who paternalistically believes he can set the timetable for another man's freedom, who lives by a mythical concept of time, and who constantly advises the Negro to wait for a more convenient season. And those are still the people on the left, on the right, everywhere, speaking out against necessary protesting. On one hand, I think it's hard to look at all of these things, all of these people who have been killed and tortured for standing up for the rights that we enjoy, at a time when those rights are still under attack. We are looking down the barrel of possibly another Trump presidency. Who knows at this point? And I think it's hard to look back at the history of America and the history of protest in America and know that this shit has always been this way. When we see the police in riot gear marching to assault and shoot college kids in the face, it's always been that way. When we see them acting in the interests of corporations, protecting private property, without a care to the fact that our tax dollars are going actively to helping abet a genocide. But I think there is also a lot of hope, which is what I wanted to go through all of this for. In looking back at 150 years of civil disobedience, of protesting, both violent and nonviolent, of sit-ins and trespassing, and bravely standing up for rights that everybody else was too moderate to care about. The people whose names are now forgotten created the world we know today. It's the suffragettes who fought and bled and were tortured that got women the right to vote. Not the men who signed the law. The women who inconvenienced them, who protested and didn't give up. It should not go to, the credit should not go to the business owners and the billionaires, people like Henry Ford and Carnegie, whose names we still know, but to the countless nameless strikers and workers who fought and died and starved and waited for better working conditions, the things we enjoy today. American history is full of these unacknowledged heroes, and that is truly what I think you have to call people like this, who are purely self-sacrificing. And time and again, no matter what the media or the police or politicians want to throw at these people, they are proven vindicated by history and their actions for standing up for each other and for themselves when nobody else will. And I think every aspect of everything we've talked about today is important to remember as we continue to watch the protests for Palestine unfold. And important to keep in mind going into an election season that will surely have even more protests. boy. I have a lot of other stuff, but I don't know. I think I'm about, let me see if anybody's up. Or anybody's streaming or anything. Oh yeah, Logan Mansion Games. The upcoming election is gonna be rough. It's gonna be fucking like real rough. I don't know. If I can be real with everybody, I have been overcome with a just caustic sense of dread that has been eating at me for days now. Over, like, just, and it's not helped at all by what Elon Musk has turned Twitter into, because Twitter is still a good, mostly a good source of news, but now every bit of news is delivered with the most smug political accompaniments possible. So it's not just that, oh, protesters were doing this. It is seeing conservatives praising rich asshole white kids for being Chad bros and taking care of an American flag. Like, it is, everything is viewed through this incredibly negative lens, and it's just very annoying. Yeah, Jen Scarlett, my mental health is taking a fucking nosedive. I'm right there. I'm right there with you. Like, the way Biden, I was talking to somebody about this, but the way Biden is willfully ignoring, like, what these protests mean. And the way Biden is just absolutely not, like, he knows this is detrimental. Everybody's heard the stories about how he's pissed with Netanyahu behind the scenes. But he just can't waver from the Israel support, even though they are using our tax dollars to fucking murder children, to the tune of, somebody in chat said 50,000 people now. And it's like watching, in some ways, it's reminiscent of 2016, where the big failing of the Dems in 2016 was not taking Trump seriously. With thinking it's a foregone conclusion that, like, oh, of course, the country isn't going to vote for the grab them by the pussy guy. They're not going to, like, look at this fucking, like, seriously? But that derision is exactly what Trump capitalized on. With Hillary Clinton calling people deplorables and shit like that. He turned that into a marketing campaign. And guess what? The right is going to continue capitalizing on that shit when Joe Biden is doing it. Although this time they're aided by shit like Elon Musk's Twitter. Not directly, but like it is moving in tandem with growing nascent right-wing movements, spreading literal Nazi shit now that they're fucking letting Nick Fuentes back on the platform. And I'm very sorry about that, banana brains as well. Yeah, no, Dr. Robotnik, fascist gump. I mean, Tom Cotton basically calling for protesting students be murdered. Yeah, like pretty much every, and you have like people sitting in government who are like, oh yeah, this is the way protests should be dealt with, and it's just beating the shit out of children or teenagers. I guess they're not children. And it's just like, with all of this shit going on, for kids to protest and put their lives and literal futures, like these are kids getting charged with crimes at the start of their adult life, getting kicked out of their college, all of their fucking work being done away with, and they're doing it to call attention to Palestine. Like, for dipshits like Matt Walsh to sit back on his thumbs and his dumbass flannel and skinny jeans and be like, oh, these kids have never suffered a day in their life. Like, fuck you. Sorry, I'm getting I'm getting heated. It's been, I don't know. It just seems like everything is getting worse all the time. Oh yeah, Dr. Robotnik, Tom Cotton calling protesters little Gazans is like fucking... It's nuts. It's nuts. Like, I don't know. It just seems like every day there's a new little thing that is tailor-made to not just piss me off, but that will inevitably just snowball into something bigger. You know? Like one of the news stories today going around Twitter was Elon Musk allowing Nick Fuentes back. And Asmongold saying... Actually, you know what? Let's watch that Asmund video while we're all doing that. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab my headphones. What do I do with my headphones? Is that a Lego Tails? Who, this little guy? Yeah, I said my little Lego Brickhead Tails. And then here's my little Lego... My little Lego Animal Crossing house. With Isabelle. And it opens from the back, too. There's a little stuff in there. Well, I got the little tree and stuff over here. Got the tree and the workbench. No, other here. And the present over here. Yeah, that's a Raiden action figure. I have my... Oh, shit. No, Isabelle, no! Yeah, I have my original 84 Soundwave right there. This is my Raiden. I think this is I don't remember where this one is from, but I got this for like 12. It's worth way more than it's not complete though, but I got it for like $12 from a local toy store because he just had like a bunch of people brought in, or somebody brought in a bunch of anime figgies, and he was like, yeah, I don't know, $15 or whatever for all of them. And so I got him, and I got some other cool stuff. What else did I get? I ended up selling the other two. One of them was Hatsune Miku, and one of them was Matoko from Ghost in the Shell. Yeah. I've got all sorts of cool... It's always funny when people find out that I've just got like toys and shit all over the place. I actually just got this. This is my new... It's not really a toy, but I'm very chuffed about it. Sorry, let me connect my headphones real quick. Jumpsy Turvy, thank you very much for following. Potatum, thank you for subscribing at tier 1. But here is my new favorite thing in the world. I got this from Etsy. This little angel dust acrylic standee has been just sitting on my desk, and I love him so much. Some Weird Potato, thank you very much for following. Also, if you've noticed, I've been playing with stuff all day. I just got these. These are my new pens that I got from the Lego store. They are lightsabers, like little Lego lightsabers, and I love them so much. I'm a big fan of them. They had them at the Lego store when I went to get the new space minifigs, because I have a whole space collection. And I was like, okay, well, I have to get 2 of those. And I love them. Oh, I got it from Etsy. Yeah, so if you just look up like Angel acrylic standee on Etsy, you'll be able to find one. Like pretty easy. Thank you very much. Holy crap. Human Stray Cat has super tried $20. Cutlass, a Christian rock band, had a song, Can't You See We're Crushing the Hearts of the Innocent? We're teaching them to fail, and how it breaks me to see we're living and punishing the ones that need us to care. Yeah, it's a little wordy, but yeah, that gets at the thing. Yeah, there's okay. So if you have a Lego store around you, because Lego stores do a thing where they do build a minifigure boxes, where you will go and you can build 3 minifigs for like $10, but the pieces and parts are meant for specific figures. So you can get Lego store exclusive figures if you know what those are. And so like sometimes they'll do knights or pirates, and I've done there's like a skeleton mariachi band. I have some of those figures. And the current ones, there are 3 space figures, and there's like a space push going on right now. There are 3 space figures, and then the entire new collectible minifigure set is all Lego space. And they have some of my favorite ones. I got 2 already of the, they made a Ice Planet figure. And Ice Planet's my favorite old space set, or old space theme. And like, she's so freaking, I'm just going to show her off real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. So, here's a Blacktron, like, alien guy, like, has 2 arms, and that's pretty cool. I like this little guy. This is very transmask coated little gray alien tourist. Like little shorts and whatnots. And then my favorite, and I want like 2 more so I can use the figure parts for MOCs, but is an Ice Planet girl with a flaming chainsaw and a robot penguin. Like, this is just an amazing little figgy. Anyway, that's our little bit of and I've been for those who don't know, I also do like, I make a lot of custom stuff, and I actually just made a whole like river, creek bed, cave encampment for some Vampire Knights figs I have. Yeah. I haven't been able to like model or do any Lego stuff lately. Probably once, because I'm so busy and tired all the damn time. I probably get once every 2 months to like take a day or two to do like a hobby. So it'll be either Lego stuff or toy photography. And I did toy photography last time. So last time I had a break, which was after the anti-Semitism video, I took a day or two. And it's just good for like mental health and stuff. But let's go really quick to YouTube to talk about Asmon, because that was the other thing I wanted to talk about. Oh boy. Oh, I also got, okay, does anybody want to see, let me know if you want to see one more Lego thing, because I got a minifig display case that I'm hoping to hang up, and I put all of my favorite figgies in there. If anybody wants to, okay, one more. All right, I'll be right back. Okay. So they're selling these at Target, and I was like, okay, I need one, because I made a display, like little stand for my figgies that was on my desk for like a year or two. And and it just got really dusty, and I kind of wanted one that was a little bit bigger. I didn't really have a way to hang it. It was very crowded. It was a whole bunch of things. But I saw this at Target, and I was like, ooh, that's really cool. And so I got a minifigure display case to put all of my favorite figures in. I'm going to rework some of them, but like you see, I have the mariachi right here. I have the barbarian girl. I have my Elizabeth Swan that I had to build from reclaimed pieces. I got my Pooh Bear. I got him in a Value Village set, or a lot of figgies from Value Village. Got like a classic Magisto. My pink spaceman. This Wicket I actually got in Portland. This is from one of the first Lego Star Wars. Korra from Tron Legacy, Rouge the Bat. I love this guy, this little robot man from Blacktron. I've always loved the print. He was one of my favorites as a kid. And then, of course, Gonzo right there. And then my classic, still glow-in-the-dark Ghost, Castle Ghost. So these are my favorite figgies. Yeah, that is the classic original. I don't know if it was made in the. And that one they reused so many. They reused so many like pieces in Castle back in the day. I don't know if that's from the 80s or the 90s. And I love that Gonzo figure. Like it's one of my favorites. I'm mad that I don't have a Kermit from that wave, but it's okay. I will live somehow. But yeah, I have a bunch of toys and shit on my desk. I have some Magic cards I bought that I still need to make decks around. Wait, Pride Flag's brick built, what? May the 4th be with you in 6 minutes Eastern. I wish I could get some of those, a Makuta LaRocca. I should do a whole stream of showing off my toys. I have so many toys. I don't think you guys understand. Like, I think you I don't think you get it. Like, if I'm being real. Like, just behind me, I've got stuff I could spend like 20 minutes on. I think more often than not, it's more interesting, the story. Well, I don't even think it's that interesting. But like here's a toy from the original Mummy movie, which I just brought out because I was like, oh, I have 2 toys from the original film The Mummy starring Brendan Fraser. And this one, it makes like a screaming noise. It's like it's a mummy, but it screams at you. So it goes like this. You pull its head up and you can see its spine and everything. And it goes, ah, ah. Yeah. And I found this for like $5 in box. I opened this $5 at a vintage store. It was this and another one. And I was like, okay, well, if I see 2 toys from the hit 1990s film The Mummy, I'm gonna have to buy them, obvi. Put him back with my Cacodemon. Yeah, and he's just chilling back there with Elvira and my Cacodemon. Wait, Jen Scarlett, are you talking about? Oh, are you talking about the Pride set? The Lego Pride set? And no, Ruckley, they would never do Lego Fallout. Like, that would be cool, but they never would. That is way too mature of a franchise. Oh, man, Quiet Kitsune 90s Monkey is so good. 90s Monkey with the arms and legs. Oh, magnifique. Like, 90s Monkey is right there for me with, like, 90s Castle Dragon. So good. Oh, Jen Scarlett, all right, we gotta show. Yeah, there's a Lego Pride set. I have my. I think I've shown this off before, but I keep mine out here, and I have the alternate build that you can go look up online. Go look at what is the? I forget the name of the website, but this is a much cuter build than the main one. Like this is I've kept this as a little display piece because it just builds so much better. It takes up less space. It looks cooler and cleaner. Yeah, I love this Pride build for sure, and it's one of my favorite. Go put it back now. Yeah, I just have like random shit all over the place. Like I was just like, okay, I have my Metroplex over there. I have my Tron stuff back here. I have a Duke Nukem Octobrain, and then I have my collector's edition of Paradise Killer. I have a kick-ass Jill Valentine statue somebody made for me in the community. I have my Double Trouble plushie. Oh! I always forget about Hotcakes a Dactyl. The classic. Hotcakes a Dactyl. From 1991? 1992? McDonald's? It's a Hotcakes Pterodactyl Crazy Fist. You see, here is the... I do too. I have Dr. Robotnik. My grandparents were getting rid of stuff, and for some reason, in the early 90s, they decided to just collect a shit ton of McDonald's toys. And so I have a whole set of these Transformers. A little pterodactyl, and then, yeah. They're actually pretty sturdily made, too, like all things considered. And... Hotcakes. Back to Hotcakes. Hell yeah. They don't make McDonald's. I get irrationally angry at McDonald's toys as an adult because they don't make them like this anymore. Like they don't make them as good toys. Like if you go in and like if you're randomly like, "Oh, hey, I want a McDonald's toy." You'll go and you'll just get like a shitty Funko Pop. Like the last 5 Marvel movies have had the most annoying Funko Pop knockoff just like figure garbage things. And they end up at Value Village like a month later, like just clogging up the walls. It's so very annoying. Like back in the day, you used to get proper Bionicles. I got all 6 of the Lego, the McDonald's Bionicles in my room right now. Oh, Jonathan, don't say that. One of my greatest culinary shames is that I kind of fuck with McDonald's pancakes hardcore. Like you're not wrong. That shit's good. That shit's good. Ooh, Lego Racers McDonald's. Show us Tahu and Takua. I don't have Takua. I have Takanuva. I guess I do. I kind of have Takua. Oh, wait, no, the Lego Tahu and Takua. I do have Tahu and Takua. All right, I will look at... Well, I have the... I guess the box is hiding, but the box is back there. I'm also bummed that, like, more places don't have toys. Like, one of the last toy lines I remember, and I actually have... This is one of the only pieces of merch I have from... Oh, wait, no, that's Shin Godzilla. No, where did he go? Oh, no. Oh, this is a tragedy. Dang it. Well, I had the imp from She-Ra around here somewhere. Jen Scarlett, you can rectify that. You can still buy Bionicles. I just bought a gold Bionicle mask the other day. Pancakes. Okay. All that fun stuff out of the way. Did he? Oh, they must have changed the, oh God, I hate his face so much. Oh, I know. Gyro PP. Here's my, I got this from Japan. It's a little finger puppet, but here's my first form Shin Godzilla. Little finger Sofubi. He's literally just a little guy. He's just a little birthday boy. You could never be mean to him. And then even smaller is my little Baragon. Rah, it's like so tiny. So tiny. Look at him. He's so tiny. So teeny tiny. I was actually kind of pissed because the photos made it look a lot bigger. You wouldn't be mean to a little guy, a little birthday boy. All right, so I think... Good God. Aspen Gold reacts. Why Gen Z hates America. What the fuck do you know about affording to live? God. For, like, just 631,000 views. So this is interesting because the... Oh, holy shit. His editor must have looked at the thing. Because there was somebody... Like, this originally said something to the effect of, like, Elon Musk unbans neo-Nazi or something, and this section said, moderate right-wing commentator Nick Fuentes. And he's been getting clowned on all day. Yeah, so he must have changed that because I was going around all day. Oh yeah, that's Mothlick. You were right. It's Elon unbans quote white supremacist.
So about I'm trying to think about how many years ago this was. 5 years ago? I feel it was like 4 or 5 years ago. 2021 says in the tweet. Oh, okay, yeah, I probably should have read that. And anyway, so Goldfish Memory completely contradictory statement, only 2 days apart. And then some guy says, you work for Jews. And then Elon Musk responds to the accusation that you work for Jews by saying, while I don't condone the actions of one group, I must admit to being openly philo-Semitic. I don't know what that is. And generally trying to see the good in all people. And then in
bullshit, dude.
response to that, this guy says, bring back Nick Fuentes on Twitter. He's been banned since 2021. What happened to your promise, big guy? Elon Musk goes and says, very well, he will be reinstated provided he does not violate the law, and let him be crushed by the comments and community notes. It's better to have anti-whatever.
So here's the fucking problem with Elon's little approach to, like, community notes will fix it, is that community notes hasn't fixed shit. Like, people get clowned on in community notes all the time. That doesn't stop far-right rhetoric from advancing. What stops it is deplatforming. Because it makes it a less safe space for everybody else. Because you are allowing this shit to proliferate, and people think it's a good thing that there are people like Nick Fuentes out there, and people are like, oh yeah, Nick Fuentes is great. And so you just get more Nazis. When you're defending Nazis and you're allowing Nazis to defend themselves, you're creating a space for Nazis to continue to grow their ranks. Like, Elon is so detached from any fucking just tangible way that discourse affects reality. It's so bonkers to me.
Out there in the open to be rebutted than grow simmering in the darkness. And so it's looking like Nick Fuentes is getting unbanned. And so this is what he says here. This will get enormous backlash, but if it's a free speech platform, I think it's the right move. I think that what Elon Musk wants to do is that he wants to he wants to bring everybody back on Twitter. So there's no longer an expectation that advertisers will have that content will be removed from Twitter. I think this is like a meta level strategy that he has, where it's like, basically, I'm going to unban everybody. I'm going to not ban anyone. And so I think the goal is to normalize not expecting the platform to take an action, to normalize that. So that way,
fucking what kind of big brain? Like, yeah, somebody in the chat, masterful gambit search. Just like, fucking what? What are you talking about? Dude, if you don't know shit, don't talk about shit. Like, do research into shit. Don't just, like, say stuff. Like, fucking Asmund, God. Like, how does that make sense? Like, oh, we're going to bring back all of the fucking Nazis, so advertisers will see that we're just not taking action against them. Step 4, question mark, step 5, profit? Fucking what?
advertisers don't pull out every single time somebody has a bad tweet. I think that's basically what his strategy, what this is like his end game, right? Fuentes on Rumble openly asked for the total extermination of many.
Oh yeah, let's go, since I'm sure, I don't know if Asma will talk about it or not, but we'll talk about it in a sec. I'm trying to remember by... Ooh, maybe somebody put it down at the bottom. No. My video thumbnail right now is just me pointing to, like, a psychopath just pointing to Lego minifigures. Oh, God. Oh... Okay, yeah, here we go. So yeah, let's go listen to Asmund for a little bit and then go back to mine.
Groups with the rhetoric that would make a Nazi blush. Well, he's not, guys, he's not calling for extermination of ethnic groups. It's of cookies, okay? Come on, you've got to get it right.
So you know. Like, you still put that shit, you put... in quotes, like, you know what he's fucking done.
And I think that this kind of stuff, I do agree with Elon with the fact that it's better to have this kind of stuff out in the open, because I feel like a really good example of this is Andrew Tate. I feel like after Andrew Tate got reinstated to Twitter, it became a lot more obvious that some of the things that he was saying were just fucking stupid.
All of the things.
And I think that the more that people actually see the opinions of anybody, the more that people can actually discuss what those opinions are. And
okay, this is, in theory, this is a really good idea. And on paper, you're like, yeah, of course, the free marketplace of ideas and everything. What it completely doesn't seem to take into account is that large majorities of people are fucking stupid and are just looking for an ideology to latch onto. They are just looking for somebody to follow. Which is why there are so many accounts following Andrew Tate and believing what people like him say, especially when they're impressionable young men. The same people who Fuentes attracts.
The validity or lack of validity of them, right? Kind of true? Yeah, and so this is what he says. I believe Nick was also...
Siggy Sickwell, thank you very much. I don't know what the currency exchange is for that. What is ARS? ARS is... Well, thank you very much from Argentina. I'm high as fuck, hail's sake. Thank you very much, Siggy Sigwald. I will have some... I don't know about beer money, but I will have a pizza or something. And thank you very much, Mithril, so I don't miss it. $10 from Mithril. Now, interesting to say, but have a tenner anyway. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
So incredibly radicalized as a result of censorship? Well, I think a lot of people have that happen. Like, so what I think happens is that people might get kicked off of the platform, or they get kicked off of like some group, or they get fired from a company, or they have something happen. Like, most people get radicalized not because of reading online rhetoric, but because something happens to them in their personal life that validates the online rhetoric that they were already aware of. So, like, for example, you know, somebody, you know, has a bad experience.
I mean, like, broadly, he's not wrong, but that's also not necessarily true, because there are plenty of people, and you see it all the time on like Incel and 4chan forums, where like you're talking about kids who don't have that life experience, who don't know what the fuck they're talking about, who haven't been out in the real world, who are still getting radicalized, mostly because of their socioeconomic status. The place that they're born into insulates them from those difficulties that, you know, at that point they would realize, like, oh my gosh, like, these things affect all of our groups. So, like, he's not wrong, but he's not completely right.
With, like, a girl, right? And then...
Yeah, Quiet Kitsune, that's actually a really fucking good point. The thing free speech absolutists or marketplace of ideas guys miss is that in a real market, there are some things that would cause major problems just by virtue of existing. Like, nobody would tolerate literal shit sitting openly in a literal grocery store for sale. No debate, no letting the market decide it's a bad product. It's just not allowed in the first place because it's absurd and harmful to the overall environment. That's a really good way to put it. Siggy Sigwald, you didn't need to give more. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. That's beer money, isn't it? I appreciate it. I hope I said that right. $5. Thank you very much. Thanks for the stream. I appreciate all the donos. Like I said, everybody, last month was not super good to me. I pulled out Rent, thanks to the Satanic Temple video, and again, thanks to everybody who has helped that, like, not put me in the poorhouse. But it's going to be a little bit tight this month, so any donations are, like, maybe a little bit more appreciated this month than usually, but also don't go through any kind of considerable effort for me, please. Ophelia, thank you for $10 pancake money, then. Thank you. I do love pancake.
They go online and they start looking for information about why girls are bad, or, you know, somebody has a bad experience with a black person, and then so they go online and they start reading information about that, right? Most people have the cookie quotes, then people take the quotes and make them their ideology. Oh yeah, of course, right? J.K. Rowling is a good example of radicalized by backlash. Her earlier tweets were pretty normal, but she got death threats. I think J.K. Rowling is a great example. Yeah, I think that's definitely a great example, because, like, J.K. Rowling was like, you know, she was basically saying, like, yeah, trans women are women, but they're not the same as, like, biological women. And people went absolutely fucking apeshit on her for that. Like, I mean, I'm talking, like, because before then, see, a lot of people might not remember this, but J.K. Rowling was, like, a super omega feminist. And, like, people would complain about this a lot.
Okay, well, you're misunderstanding the delineation between a feminist and somebody who supports trans people. Because there are a lot of people who are super omega feminists who don't fucking support trans people. Also, that's not at all what happened. What are you talking about?
On the internet back in the early days. And so as soon as this happened, a lot of people were like, well,
when I say feminist, by the way, for the chat, I don't mean they're actual feminists. I mean feminists with quotes. Like, they in the way trans exclusive radical feminist is a feminist. Yeah, Trans Emerson, I do not mean that they are actual feminists. I mean, they see themselves as feminists in a very toxic way that does not actually encompass, like, actual feminist thought. Because if it did, they would understand that, like, the societal structures that oppress trans people are the same ones that work against women. But they don't. They try and, like, They turn it into the fucking like the oppression Olympics, and that shit bugs the. Oh, it's so dumb. It's so ugh.
That's what you get, right? Because you.
Oh, Villain Lover, thank you very much. Been watching a while on YouTube, and I'm kind of local with Spokane. Glad to see someone fighting out there. Thank you. I'm glad to be out here. I'm actually.
And then,
if you come to, I'm pretty sure I'm still booked. But I will be at. This is a hot tip. But I will be at the Pride celebration. I will be giving a speech on, I believe, June 8th downtown. So keep an eye out for that.
now they're turning on you, and that's it. She's Alyssa Turf. Yeah, and Turf, for anybody who doesn't know, it's a trans-exclusionary radical feminist. It's a term that people use for
Jen Scarlett,
like women
thank you
that
very
feel
much.
like trans women aren't women, right? That's basically what's going on. And so I think what's happened in the
it's
process
a little bit
of
more
that
severe
is
than
J.K.
that.
Rowling has gotten more and more radicalized away from that group and away from like the ideology that she used to be kind of promoting because of the fact that people lashed out at her so much because of that. And so they aren't like, yeah, I mean, do you guys see the same perspective that I do with that? Like, I don't know, like, what do you guys think? You know, she's a horrible person. Yeah, like Turf. Yeah, there he goes. Dumb ideas need to be publicly shamed. Well, I think it's important for dumb ideas to be publicly shamed, but they also have to be in the public, right? I think you have a point. Yeah, and I think that's what happens, right? Is that,
okay,
you know,
here's what they don't understand about this, because people like J.K. Rowling and Nick Fuentes, when Nick Fuentes says some dumb shit, it still works its way to the mainstream. Like, people who keep tabs on the alt-right writers will bring it out and be like, hey, look at this dumb shit Nick Fuentes said. And everybody will laugh and everybody will be like, okay, well, this is why he's wrong, this, and this. And then he goes back into his fucking hole where he belongs. And everybody in the mainstream of society just kind of forgets about him. The difference between that and what Elon is allowing to happen now is that now when Nick Fuentes says some dumb shit, instead of it going through that filtering process for people to be like, okay, here's why it's wrong, here's why he's fucking stupid, it is now packaged directly to consumer. So people do not have that buffer and can be continually radicalized by it.
somebody gets censored or something like that, or they get banned off of a platform, and then after they get banned off of the platform, they become more and more and more radical, right? And I think this happens in real life too. Like, think about a lot of like weird like school shooter people, or, you know, like terrorist people. Like, this is generally kind of what happens, is that somebody gets marginalized by society in one way or another, or by a group of people, and then they just become more and more extreme over time until it boils over and they ruin their own life, or they also ruin other people's lives in the process. And so, yeah, I think probably that happened with Nick, but I feel like Nick has always been pretty...
Oh, what is he going to say? Oh my God, what is he going to say?
Extreme, right? I mean, like, yeah, I don't know if he's any more extreme than he is now. As I said, I haven't watched Nick life, or they also ruin other people's lives in the process. And so, yeah, I think probably that happened with Nick, but I feel like Nick has always been pretty extreme, right? I mean, like, yeah, I don't know if he's any more extreme than he is now. As I said, I haven't watched any content from Nick Fuentes probably in like 3 or 4 years, so I haven't really been keeping up with it. Let's see the rest of this. So then Elon Musk responds, he says this, fate loves irony but hates hypocrisy. I cannot claim to be a defender of free speech, but then permanently ban someone who hasn't violated the law, no matter how much I disagree with what they say. This is probably cause us to lose a lot of advertisers. It makes me sad, but a principle is a principle. Yeah, and I think that also the advertisers will come back. Because the advertisers don't really care about this problem. They don't really care about Nick. They don't care about Elon. They only care about selling their bullshit. And so as soon as they feel like they won't get bad publicity for it, they'll immediately go back and do it. They care about engagement. Yeah, they want to sell their bullshit. And so that's what I think will happen. So a lot of people are actually pretty positive about this. And I think also, like, there is like a certain level of like the shareholders don't want bad publicity. Well, yeah, I mean, the shareholders don't want bad publicity, but what does bad publicity really do most of the time? Nothing. It doesn't do anything. I think that a lot of people, like, and this is kind of a problem, is that the internet has...
That is true. Bad publicity has literally led to a domino effect that has caused this mass advertiser exile, that has led to fucking Twitter being such a nightmare that doesn't make any fucking money. That's just, like, nothing like, that is not true. Like, what?
Has created a sense of urgency whenever people are angry about something. But one thing that I've learned, and like, you know, here we go. Oh, look at this right here. Asmongold's controversial views spark heated online debate. There we go. See? And so I guarantee you in a week, nobody's going to be talking about that. It's going to be over. Yeah, that's it, and that's always how it goes. Elon is alienating 50% of the base
that's not
who
the
wanted
same
his product, and by the end, shrinking his publicly traded company. Well, I think that he knows that he's doing that. And also, I think that if you're talking about alienating people, if you use the foundation of this person is, this is a bad actor or a good actor, and therefore, bringing them on will alienate other people, well, somebody's going to alienate anyone, right? I mean, like Donald Trump alienates people, and they wanted Donald Trump banned. And then, what's his name? Alex Jones alienates people. There's a lot of people that get alienated. Elon Musk doesn't actually care about being principled in free speech other than making his product make more money. Well, we'll see what happens, right? I definitely think that bringing back Nick Fuentes will not increase the amount of money that Twitter makes, right? Like, let's just be honest here. Elon Musk is turning Twitter to be like a medieval movie where people shout for executions. Well, he's also making it to where he's bringing back every single person and everybody can say whatever they want. And I think that really, like, I remember this happened a couple of weeks ago because it was Hitler's birthday. Man, there's a lot of people that like Hitler now. Have you guys noticed that?
Why are you saying that so casually? No, it's not that there are suddenly, there are more people who like Hitler. It's that it's basically been encouraged that you can grow an audience of Nazis on fucking Twitter.
I'm being 100% serious. Way more than a few years ago. Like, I feel like the Adolf Hitler fan group has grown by like 300%. There's been a lot of them. Yeah, Yi really grew the Adolf camp? Yeah, maybe. A lot of Adolf enjoyers. His speeches get millions of views on YouTube? Yeah, but I mean, like, I think that that's for a historical reason. Let them expose themselves? Yeah, and so with Nick getting unbanned, I feel like that's...
So, so I think he's trying to slyly be like, oh, see, like, the Nazis they're gonna out themselves. They're gonna take care of the problem. Except they're not! They're still fucking there, and they're just spreading Hitler shit. Like, that's what Elon has created. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Really kind of changed the atmosphere. They were always there. They just feel validated now. Well, I think that's a really good point, too, is that there were always people that had these viewpoints, but now that they're not getting immediately deplatformed for them, they're more confident in saying what they are. There's the same people who praise the Columbine.
That's not a good thing. Like, we don't need one of the biggest platforms on the internet just infested with hatred and racial slurs and death threats all the fucking time. Like, it doesn't need to become 4chan just because Elon wants to appease the only group of people who will just constantly suck him off.
Oh, yeah, and that's also another really good point. I haven't really talked about this a whole lot, but inside of, like, incel cultures, there is a huge fucking amount of people that are, like, massively positive about school shooters.
Yeah.
I didn't even know this, right? But, like, they look at people like Elliot Rodgers, the Supreme Gentleman, and a few of the other guys. Yeah. It's disturbing, yeah, because they feel like those are the guys that broke out of the Matrix. Yeah, high scores, exactly. Yeah, actual insane people. Yeah, and I think, like, why do they do that? It's probably a power fantasy more than anything, because I think a lot of people that are incels are generally marginalized. And so because they're marginalized, they just, again, they get more and more...
It's very funny. So anybody who doesn't or hasn't listened to it, you should go listen to Kaylin Conrad and Hoots podcast Respect the Dead. They did an excellent episode on Elliot Rodgers, which it's funny he's only mentioned Elliot Rodgers because that kid had, like, he came up from money. He had a fucking BMW on his own. His parents loved and supported him and gave him everything he could fucking want. He was just an antisocial little misanthropic piece of shit. Like, that's not at all how that works. Like, at least not in every case. I'm sure there are some people who have been, like, rejected by society or whatever Asma's trying to say here. But, like, a lot of the time, people like Elliot Rodger, the reason that he was such a piece of shit is because he kept doing it to himself. Like, he was the one who made women despise him constantly by trying to view them as, like, property and something he was entitled to.
Dream, and then before you know it, they start celebrating school shooters. That viewpoint is becoming a lot more common now. And it actually, like, makes me wonder a lot about, like, what's going to happen in, like, 15 years. Because a lot of these people, like, yeah, sure, some of them are going to, like, grow up and, you know, like, stop doing that. But, I mean, if things keep going down this road, like, all those people are now going to be able to vote, right? Anybody who's tweeting now is going to be in 15 years able to vote unless they're a felon. I think the way they get introduced to it is actually very simple. What ends up happening is that it's a person who's already marginalized by society, and then somebody comes in, whether it's Andrew Tate, Nick, like any person, right? Any extremist, whether this is like ISIS, any sort of like just like I'm trying to Nick Palm. No, not Nick Palm. Nick Fuentes, right? And Kanye, yeah, something like that. Hassan, I don't know if Hassan's really that's a pretty big stretch, right? But the point is that different people that feel marginalized in different ways will congregate to like one different person and then look for that person to like explain why it's not their fault. And I think that's one of the really big components to it, is that it kind of goes back to what I was saying about like the lack of accountability that people have.
We're drawing a lot of the same, like me and him are drawing a lot of fucking the same conclusions. I don't understand then why at the end of all of these conclusions he's always like, yeah, that's why I think it's good that they're like out in the open. Like that's why I think it's good that we have more Nazis on Twitter now. Like, fuck, what? Stop it.
Where like people don't want to take accountability for mistakes that they make. They don't want to take accountability for things that they do wrong. But if they can blame it all on the Jews, or they can blame it all on black people, or all on women, or all on white people, then that gives them a reason to think that it's not their fault that they fucked up their life. And I think that's what happens. In a lot of cases, I think that's exactly what happens. And so the reason why I think it's that people are so vulnerable to that is because they don't have any actual, like, and this is going to be, like a, it's a loaded term, right? But they don't have any family values. There's not as much of like a shared culture in America in the same way that there used to be in like, let's say 1950, from what my dad told me, right? Or 1990 even, right? Whenever I was still, I was alive in 1990. And so, I grew up at that time, and there was much more of a shared culture at that point. And so now you don't really have...
By the way, this is the kind of rhetoric that gets repeated generationally. Like, you can go back and see so many... It's the same thing about... like people complaining that like, oh, the kids these days just don't want to work. It's like, no, people have just been saying that for like decades and decades. Like that shit is just what people say when they grow up and realize that like, oh, kids are different than we are. It's not necessarily true. We have expanded into other kinds of family units, and also a lot of the disintegration of the traditional like nuclear family, that 1950s ideal of the American dream. A lot of that disintegration can be contributed to the fact that it's like fucking impossible to have a family like back in the day. Like my grandpa was able to work one job, cover 2 kids, buy a house, and support my grandma working at fucking Macy's in the 60s. Like working in a department store and working his way through college. Like fucking what? Like that is unbelievable to me. I couldn't do that just taking care of me. Working full-time at a department store and trying to go through college. Like it's ridiculous. It's such an entirely different system that we're in right now. It's the same system, but it is skewed so differently now.
Religion that like guides people. You don't have a shared like culture in the same way that guides people. You're constantly being exposed to so much new information and ideas on the internet that it's really hard.
Also, he is just the way he's phrasing that is kind of just regurgitating a lot of the same shit that Nick uses, which is odd.
Hard to believe and have a frame of reference for like what's real or not. And then you have that compounded with the fact that most parents don't spend a lot of time with their kids, and they don't teach their kids how to be, I don't know, fucking normal anymore. And guess what you get?
Asman, look. Far be it from me to be an arbiter of what is or isn't normal, but at what point do you stop to look at your own self and be like, yeah, no, we need more people to teach kids how to be normal? Do you include, I hope you include yourself in that.
Yeah, well, you get a lot of extremist kids. Kids have Twitter morality. Yeah, they do. A lot of this is caused by unlivable wages and parents not being able to spend time with their kids because of work. I think that there's probably 50 reasons for it. Like, I actually think that, for example, I promise you guys this isn't because I talked to Hassan today, but Karl Marx was right. Religion is the opiate of the people. I think he was right about that, man. He was. And the fact is, whenever people don't have religion, they invent one themselves. It's like Moses went up to the fucking mountain, and it's not like they were like, okay, well, we're just gonna wait here. No, fuck that, bro. They went and they made like a golden calf, and they're like, oh, this is our new god. We're gonna start worshiping this guy. People will always try to create some sort of like external overarching value system so they can like, you know, like order the world, right? And so, yeah, religion's holding mankind back. It does in a lot of cases, and I think that you're 100% right about that. But at the same time, religion also provides to be an ordering force in a lot of people's lives. And I think that it's naive to say otherwise. And, like, I am not a religion enjoyer, okay? Like, I am a religion, I'm not even that much of a religion respecter. But I'm a religion allower, okay? Like, you want to have your religion, stay over there. Don't tell me what to do. But to me, if I go back and I think about all of my friends that I grew up with and everybody that I've known throughout my life, this is also a completely fucking anecdotal. This is totally anecdotal. If I look at all the people that were religious that I grew up with, and I looked at like what is probably the like life satisfaction level of those people, and then I look at all the people that were not religious growing up, I think that the religious category probably has a higher life satisfaction level than the non-religious category for the people that I've known growing up for the last 20, 30 years. Like, what do you guys think? Yeah, you guys have the same experience, right? Yeah, and I think that sometimes ignorance is bliss. Yeah, sometimes I think that's the case.
Super fucking disagree.
And because most famous athletes believe in God? Yeah, I don't know.
Super
you said
fucking
this before,
disagree.
And I've thought a lot about it. Yeah.
Like, yeah, Kiwi TP, it's impossible to know. Like somebody can say that they're more happy knowing God or whatever. But, like, when I think of the people I know who are super religious, they are some of the most, and again, I can't know their internal, maybe they're happy living life like this, but they are some of the most irascible, frustrated, easily angered, triggered, and just like overall miserable seeming people I've ever known. And that goes for people in my fucking family.
That's wild because it's the opposite for me. Yeah, for sure. And I'm sure that there are a lot of people that it is the opposite for. But anyway, nuclear family is healthy psychology-wise. Yeah, and I think also,
and Geoduck, it's going to like vary.
This goes
so
into
greatly.
like again another black pill opinion that I have. I think that most people are animals that need to be told not to kill each other. I don't think that there is an innate I think that if you let people do what they want, they will do horrible, terrible things. Because in every society, in every group, in every area, in the entire world, in every time in history, including now and 5,000 years ago, it's been happening. I think it's...
Okay, Asman, if you think people are horrible and they're just going to do the worst things when given no oversight, why do you think it's okay to just let Twitter become a place with no oversight? Like, you're holding these two contradictory opinions. Like, unless you think it's good that people are just going to be able to do whatever the fuck they want. All right, let's go into... I want to show off Nick Fuentes a little bit because it seems like people don't understand. At least I'll do it for my audience. People don't understand, like, what he... Like, people are like, oh, he's, like, a little bit racist. Like, nah. In here one more time to give another content warning. This section is going to show modern racism of all kinds in explicit terms and will likely be uncomfortable. Landed Nick in a wider spotlight, like getting Marjorie Taylor Greene as a speaker at his events. When Marjorie Taylor Greene was later questioned on Nick's anti-Semitism and racism, she claimed I always forget how much faster MTG seems like. I always forget how much faster I talk than everybody else in my videos. And this video is 2.5 hours long, and I talk that fast the entire fucking thing. Can you imagine how long this video would have been if I talked at a normal speed? Oh. Like the kind of person to just see America first and trust the name on the box. More recently, though, Nick was also Kanye West's handler as he went around his ill-fated campaign for president, which mostly just included bizarre appearances on conservative podcasts and shows like Alex Jones and Tim Pool. Knowing Nick's history as a troll who slightly nods towards alt-right talking points like Holocaust denial, being against race mixing, and being against education for women is important to understand how he's managed to grow his presence and in turn how modern anti-Semitism continues to spread unabated. Fast Jordan can't because he really doesn't like to present any of those things up front.
And the problem that is going on, if women want to work their whole life and never have kids, I don't think that's good for them. I don't think that's fulfilling. But worse still is you have women that are promiscuous, which is a mortal sin. They'll wind up having kids, often become a single mom, And even if they're not, the kids wind up in daycare. And the point is it's just a very selfish
Like
lifestyle.
other fringe grifters, Andrew Tate or Alex Jones, Fuentes has made his reputation primarily for endorsing incendiary and somewhat violent rhetoric that often plays to various right-wing concerns like modern dating, job opportunities, or financial struggles, while his audience is looking for someone or something to blame for those struggles. Let's look at a great example from this guest appearance he did on a podcast. When questioned about being a white nationalist, anti-Semite, racist, bigot, fecal smear, he doesn't own up to any of it.
Nick Fuentes, known for holding anti-Semitic views and denying the Holocaust. That's what it says here. He's a far-right supremacist and political commentator and live streamer. He identifies as a member of the incel movement and as a supporter of authoritarian government, and is a Catholic integralist, got to learn how to read, and white Christian nationalist. In 2020, seeking to establish a white supremacist conference to rival CPAC, Fuentes began holding the annual America First Political Action Committee, AFPAC. Fuentes attended 2017 white supremacist rally in Charlottesville and later was the attendee of speaker events preceding the 2021 United States Capitol attack. So there's a bio. How much of that is accurate? And here's your chance to write your own bio.
Well, a lot of it's not true. Every time they say my name, they got to throw in white supremacist, white nationalist, anti-Semitic, neo-Nazi. You know, I don't identify with any of those things. I'd say I'm a Catholic American nationalist.
Now, here's, and I talk about this a little bit because it's these appearances and shit that he does with like Fresh and Fit or whoever that allow him to launder his fucking image in a public eye, where he gets to be like, oh, see, I don't identify. I'm just a regular old Catholic nationalist, and I like this stuff. And look, here I am sitting with a woman, and like, obviously, I don't hate people. Like, come on, I'm just a little birthday boy, which is all fucking bullshit, as I will show. Instead,
Catholic.
Simply portraying himself as a brave questioner of accepted truths who's been ostracized for speaking up where others simply dare not tread. Nick Fuentes has famously denied the Holocaust through several clever, cute bits where he merely jokingly nods to denial while pretending to be talking about something else, like cookies.
And in addition, you know, in this hypothetical, I imagine that if you took aerial photographs over the kitchens, you would need to see certain smokestacks to release the smoke from baking the cookies, and the smokestacks would project certain shadows, but I guess they're not visible in the aerial photographs taken over the kitchens. Moreover, if you look at the soil texture, it's really not deep enough for mass cookie storage underground. And so there's a lot of things. You know, in the cookie kitchen, they say that the ovens are wooden and they have windows on them and they're not totally secure. And the ovens that they use, they actually did sort of an ad hoc use of that particular kind of oven, even though they made a perfectly good design for ovens for a different purpose, for delousing. I mean, you know, for something else. So none of it really...
But aside from very thinly attempting to pretend like he's not talking about something, while obviously talking about it, Nick loves to act like he's not actually a racist or white supremacist, mostly when he gets invited on podcasts or gets called out on his bullshit. But if he's not a white supremacist or an anti-Semite, why would he say this stuff?
You know, take a wild guess why conservatives have been losing for...
Mind you, when I went through footage for this, I had fucking reels. Like, I had to cut down this section. I just had to keep cutting because there was so much of it to go through. Like, just so much from random ass things.
100 years. It's because the conservative movement is full of atheists, Jews, and homosexuals. And the conservative movement is full of people exactly like this. And that's why the conservative movement is never
No,
going
meme
to
coup,
save
you
this
got
country.
it. You nailed it.
I won't even call myself a conservative for that reason. What we need is a real reactionary right-wing movement led by real Christians, real Americans, real right-wing people. Not all of these interlopers, and that's exactly what they are. Democrat to deplorable? Fuck you. Okay? How about just deplorable? How about just conservative? No Democrats, No liberal Jews from D.C. for crying out loud.
Every time they say my name, they got to throw in white supremacist, white nationalist, anti-Semitic, neo-Nazi. You know, I don't identify with any of those things.
And so, how am I the only person saying this? Like, I feel like I'm going crazy because this is just obvious. Everybody feels this way, but no one wants to they don't want to say it, and they also don't want to admit it when I say it. When I say it, they go, you know, it's like Scarface. So there's the bad guy. Because, you know, the same black people that are the eternal victim, the same blacks that we're saying, oh, they're poor kids, oh, they're poor this, they're inner city schools, the food ghettos, endless. And they're the ones that are robbing everybody in Chicago. They're the same ones doing heists. Enough already.
I forgot about
picking
that.
up after them, picking up their garbage, and we're gonna make these. We have to pander more to them. Seriously? I mean, let's have a little bit of dignity. This used to be a great country. Now it's a trash heap, and we gotta get on our hands and knees and beg these people to appreciate what they've been given on a silver platter. I'm not gonna do it.
You know, I don't identify with any of those things.
That's my favorite part of the whole story. It's not just that he's a black guy beating up his girlfriend. Like, no matter what you do with them, you can put him in the U.S. Army advertisement. You can make him the star of the biggest franchise, cinematic franchise in the history of Earth. Then you put him in an Oscar film as well. I mean, this guy's like supposed to be world famous. They're clearly setting him up to be a Denzel, Will Smith, whatever. You can take the out the hood. You can't take the hood out the
I don't identify with any of those things.
But people say, oh, well, he was a globalist. He was this universalist. He wanted the whole... Well, that's not quite true. He was making Germany great again in his own special way, in a more classical way. Making the German nation, if the German nation is considered as the German peoples, he was making that German nation great again. The reason people don't want to talk about that, the reason people can't embrace that, which is common sense and moral, is because people associate with a little guy named Adolf Hitler. Anytime you bring up ethnic nationalism, white identity, yeah, who do you think of? Adolf Hitler, the bad man that killed all those people. Well, you know, I don't know, maybe it's a good idea that America should be white, but also by the same token, that sounds like the bad guy. That sounds like the guy that I was taught, you know, from cradle to grave, that was the most evil person. You know, there can be no recourse about that. There can be no debate about that. I might say that's deliberate. Some might say that's deliberate. You might start to wonder, why is it illegal to question certain things in Europe? Why is it basically illegal to have a contrary opinion? How about those 200 to 300,000 Jews that he mercilessly wiped off the face of the planet that we will never get back? How about those people? Makes me sick. It makes me sick when people lie about the most evil man in history. No, but in all seriousness, that's a joke, of course. That's a joke. We know that the number was closer probably to at least 1 billion. But no, of course, why do I just punish myself? I just do this to myself. But I do it for you, the people, because it is funny. But in all seriousness...
Nick Fuentes, known for holding anti-Semitic views and denying the Holocaust. That's what it says here. And white Christian nationalist.
I'm a polite, respectful person, and I treat everybody in a respectful way. I happen to have views that politically are totally against the system. This anti-Semitic neo-Nazi.
You have this reputation.
I identify with anti-Semitic neo-Nazi because I really believe them.
45 minutes ago, you threw a huge fit whenever anyone here brought up the accusations of you watching child porn.
It's a little different. People call me a hypocrite for this. I mean, at the end of the day, what can a person do?
Hitler.
As the years pass and Nick gives greater looks... I make myself laugh with that. That's so fucking dumb. I had to go through so much of his bullshit. I just made that to fucking spite him. Into his personal life and beliefs, it becomes more clear what a disgusting little troll he is. He has recently defended friends of his who were found in ownership of child abuse materials. He has openly talked about trying to marry a 15 or 16-year-old girl. He puts out this alpha, Chad bro, tradcath image that feels entirely like posturing for his legion of internet fans who have invested the entirety of their personality into picking fights on Twitter and yelling slurs in Call of Duty lobbies. And his vaguely polished appearance and self-proclaimed canceled status have earned him street cred for luminaries like Trump and Kanye West. Like them, Fuentes relishes a self-persecution complex, blaming others, in this case the Jewish-controlled media, for his own personal mistakes. He is constantly bemoaning being kicked off of PayPal and other payment services, being pushed off YouTube, and he presents those struggles, for those unaware, as political suppression, rather than the fact that he regularly just says stuff like this.
I'm a misogynist, and I didn't choose that. I didn't choose to be born. I've never touched a woman.
This is one of the and like, because Nick Fuentes is such a rancid piece of shit, I feel literally no sympathy for him. Like I feel there are people who I dislike and I feel genuine sympathy for. Nick Fuentes is never going to be one of them. But if I did feel sympathy for him, what was the news outlet I got those articles on? Oh, the earlier articles? Oh, fucking everything. The articles we were going over earlier, History, PBS, some local papers. I know for like the Oklahoma one, it was a local paper. A lot of the San Francisco stuff is local. I'll post a bunch of links when I do a stream highlight.
In my life, I'm stone cold to somebody. Yeah, well, I don't even want that. So, I don't want touch. I don't want a relationship. You know what I want? Total Aryan victory. That's all I want. I didn't choose that. All I want is revenge against my enemies and a total Aryan victory. Hugs and kisses, touch, sappy stuff, hand-holding, please. All I want is revenge and an Aryan.
Oh, the ones in this video of yours. Oh, I have the whole... This is my most cited video ever. See if I can just go to my sources. Yeah, here's, like, you can go right now and look at all of the sources, and it's just taking time to load them all. And I divide them into the things that I use: 1800s, 1900s, World War II, Holocaust now, post-World War II. So as you can see, quite a few sources for this one. It's still going. These are all the sources I cited for that video, by the way. Yeah. Yeah. I put in fucking... If you haven't watched this one, I put in fucking work on it.
Victory for my people.
Nick Fuentes is not an intellectual, and certainly not a serious person. Then why has he gained such a following? And how did that get him as far as having dinner with the former crime president? And basically becoming the handler of one of the biggest pop musicians in the world? CSL, he didn't start the incel movement. He is basically an incel by, I guess, like they're all by choice or whatever. But like he is, yeah, he's such a fucking... I don't even know. His sexuality is so up in the air, and like he would never admit it if he was gay. But like, yo, like on stream one time we looked at the videos of him and the Catboy. Like, come on. I've fucked boys I haven't had that much like sexual chemistry with. Like it's like crazy. But yeah, everybody go smash the like button on the stream. With that Asmon bit out of the way, let's go see. Let's go do we want... Okay. So we have two things we can go do today. And let me know. Let's go. How about we go, because I know we usually go into Riverboat Jack's chat. How do we feel about going into a femboy YouTuber friend of mine who's playing video games and stuff? How do we feel about that? Or do we want to do... Because I know Riverboat Jack is talking about the Hassan debate, but Bratty Sucky Boy only has 4 viewers, so I think we could do just go say hi. Okay. We're gonna go raid over on Twitch. Everybody get in the raid. Thank you. Oh, Rublum, thank you very much for gifting a tier 1 sub. I need to go cook some food. I'm very hungry. Go say hi and go stream. And go say hi, go subscribe, and have a great rest of your night, y'all.